Okay, so Empowered Selfishness TV is in the chat. I will be calling her back. For those of you who saw part, well, had a little technical problem, but I am back. And this is for the more mature ladies tonight again. Like I said, just because you get older doesn't mean you can't still be sexy. It doesn't mean that you can't have goals. It doesn't mean, you know, that you can't stop living. You're still alive. You still matter. You still exist. And, for me, 40s, yeah, it's a little mature. You've been on the earth again long enough to have a little bit of some wisdom. 50, that's middle age to me. But it's still not elderly. Even if you're elderly, that's fine too. But, being mature age, life lessons, a lot of times have children, grandchildren, and these women and so many of you who also are in here are representing, and this is your chance to speak. I have some questions on the side that I'll be asking you. So let me continue the conversation. Basically, we're starting over, but we'll go over what we said and continue the conversation with Empowered Selfishness TV representing, and I'm calling her right now.
Hello?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, we back.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay,
thing.
so what were you guys talking about? Okay, one of my classmates is in that picture holding the weight that you have up there.
Okay.
She
So
was our homecoming queen.
okay. She's all on
And she's
Instagram.
oh yeah, I ain't gonna say her name, but yeah, see, yeah, she was our homecoming queen. Was a couple of classes ahead of me.
Okay. Well, I do have her
And
picture,
she,
so y'all will be seeing
oh yeah,
her
I mean,
later.
oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, the thing about what's better about you want to know what's better about being older
Yes.
as opposed to when you're younger.
I mean, okay. Well, I wouldn't. Well, as you've gotten
Because you know what,
older.
it's a myth that things get better with age. You get better with age because you make good decisions when you're younger,
Hmm.
and the bad decisions you acknowledge them when you're younger, and you course correct. Who is this? My phone. Don't nobody call me. Okay. They'll answer it anyway. When you make bad decisions when you're younger, the quicker that you admit it and you course correct, that's what's going to make life better when you get older. But it's not automatic that things get better when you're older. It's all about what you do when you're younger. Like if you marry a loser and then you're divorced again by 50 and you have to start all over, rebuild your finances. Okay, that's not a good position to be in when you're older.
No.
So it's because you prepare. Like life got better for me because, well, for one thing, I have a good support system. My immediate family is pretty good. And I have people around me that tell me the truth. I don't like my ass kissed. I really don't like that. So I keep people around me that not to knock me and put me down, but where we have a balance. You celebrate me when I'm good. We celebrate each other. And then you call me on the carpet when I'm wrong. I like for my friends to tell me when I'm wrong. Bitch, don't just smile and go along like everything I do is the gospel. You understand?
Hmm. Okay.
So it's about who you surround yourself with, but you have to make decisions when you're younger for life to be better. It's just like when you get older, if you don't want a whole lot of health problems, you got to start eating right now, drinking water now, exercising now. That's what makes life better. That's why I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have diabetes, high cholesterol, none of that.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why I believe I don't have high blood pressure, because I never was into a lot of stress. I don't care what it is, man, nothing. I don't want it. And so I always make sure to get myself in a situation where I don't have it. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes life better. But of course, you're wiser when you're older because you've been through a lot of things. You know bullshit when you see it and when you hear it because you've heard it before, you've seen it before. So that's the good thing about being older, because nothing is new. And under the sun, any scam people are running. Okay, I saw that one in 1987.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I heard that lie in 1995. It's all. So that's the good thing. You see it coming. So think about, if you take good care of yourself and you're still fabulous at a certain age, into your 40s and 50s, and you've seen it all before, and nobody is going to be able to get over on you, okay, then you are the bad mama jamma that you always wanted to become. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
Now,
that's the thing. And then you got to have a passion for something. That's what makes you age nicely, because you have something that you really love to do. Because I talk to women sometimes like that are my age, like in their 40s and 50s, and they're still obsessing about a man. And so I was talking to a young lady, well, she's, I guess, in her 40s, and I said, well, what do you like to do? What is your passion? And she said, I don't know. I said, okay, now that's a problem. Because when you get a man, you still have to have a life and things that you're interested in. You're not going to be together every second, because you got this new kind of woman now that she fantasizes that she and the man is going to do everything together. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you now, I don't care what man you meet and how he feel about you. He don't want to do everything together. Sometimes when you go to church, he's going to want to stay home and watch the game. And it ain't because he's cheating or nothing like that. But if he's hard working, he needs to decompress and have time to himself.
yeah,
I think that's why a lot of these relationships are crumbling, because so many people have abandonment issues. And being up under somebody every second, I'm like, boy, you get on out of here. I'm reading the book. Go do something.
Yeah.
Go watch the Lakers or something.
So what do you think about, in the houses having a chill room or one room where maybe you want to get away and go and read the book, or he wants to go in there and watch TV? It is good. It's healthy to have space sometimes. I mean, I might miss him if it's maybe a few days or something, but it is healthy, some breathing
I'm
room a
talking
little
about
bit.
even in the same house. He's in the den. He's watching sports on the big screen. You might want to be in your sunken bathtub, just luxuriating with your candles. It's okay to have time apart. I don't really believe in that separate vacation thing. That's weird to me. But I'm talking about like around town, when you have to run errands, or he's running errands, he's doing stuff, all that being together every second. If you have abandonment issues, please go to therapy, because I'm telling you, if you want to be up under somebody every second, it's not going to work. I'm telling you that at my age, I never really had that problem though, because I like my space and I like my alone time. But I read a lot of posts going up and down my timeline on this social media, and women fantasize about what life is going to be like, and we're going to do everything together. And people love to take pictures in those matching T-shirts and shit, and the man be looking so fucking miserable. The woman's smiling because she's getting what she wants. But he's sick of her ass, because he got to be with her every second. Like, I don't want a man to like grocery shop with me, just different things like that. Boy, go get out of here. You need to go get some money so that I can grocery shop.
Okay.
I don't want him shopping with me. A lot of things that I like to do, I like to do them with my girlfriends. Men don't really like to shop and run in and out of stores and try on perfume and makeup. So you're going to have a friend that you do that with.
So, okay, if you were in a relationship right now, you might be, I don't know, but if you are, like, how many time in a whole week, how many times would you want him, like, around you a lot?
In the beginning, I would say like maybe 2 or 3 times a week. See, this is the thing when you start really getting like comfortable where you're at their house all the time and they're at your house. That's why you're not getting married. Anybody that wants to see you 7 days a week, 24/7, then you need to be married to them. It otherwise it's too much access. Like the old people used to tell you, okay, you're getting too familiar, you're getting too familiar. And what is the saying that familiarity breeds contempt? Like they just be sick of you because they have too much of you all the time. They need to miss you.
Okay. Y'all hear
So
that?
yeah, that's the thing. When you get older, I like my space. I like my time with my girlfriends. Like Sunday, two of my girlfriends and I, my sister's a friend, and one of my friends, we're going to have massages. We ain't think about no men, and then we going out to have martinis or either margaritas after that. And the men will probably be watching the game or doing something that they like doing. You know, men and women don't really like doing the same things. If you get a man that loves to shop and run in and out of stores and stuff, with you putting on makeup and trying on lipstick, you may want to ask him if he a heterosexual.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean? That's not normal. I had a dad in the home, so my mother loved to shop. Every weekend she would take us out to the mall to shop. My dad would be here watching the game. What would he look like going in and out of stores trying on clothes with us?
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, like I said, if you're needy, clingy, and you have abandonment issues, go to therapy so that you won't bring that into a relationship because it will put too much pressure on the relationship and cause it to collapse. That man is a human just like you. He's not God. He's not a God. You're more God than he is because you're a woman. But you know, he has his own issues and things he has to deal with. So you gotta come. Everybody needs to come to the table healthy. That I know at my age. You don't want anybody that you got to nurse into being sane, nurse them into the relationship. If you hear too many problems, that's why you got to listen and stop wanting to tell them everything that happened to you from first to fifth grade. That's not important. You need to be listening. If he's a victim, too much complaining, goodbye. That's what you learn with the older you get.
Okay. Now, Katina's in the chat. She said many marriages ended during the COVID-19. I think it was because they were under one another so much. So.
Yeah, just every second. And then now, you know, people don't get married. You know, we like in our race of men, we have like men. Our men practice, well, not our men, but black men, melanated men. They practice hypergamy, and they look at what the woman is doing and what she has. So think about it. A lot of these marriages that came together for the wrong reason because the man was gold digging. Okay, a lot of women don't have those jobs anymore. That's why those marriages are also ending because he was there for the wrong reason in the first place.
Okay. So early.
So, but what you know, what I like at this age, I like how I look. These are the cards that I have been dealt, and I take the best care of me. And I'm also very selfish because I used to wish that, I wish, you know, somebody would lavish me with gifts and this, that, and the other. Okay, well, that didn't happen. But guess what? Now I lavish myself with whatever I can afford and I want it, I do it for myself. And that's why now it's a certain caliber of man that's starting to gravitate towards me. They're not black, by the way, but they're starting to gravitate towards me, and they're generous because of how I lavish wonderful things upon myself. Don't wait for somebody to come along and do this or that for you. If it's something that you can do for yourself that you want to do it. Accept the gift. A gift is a gift, even if it comes from you. Okay?
So, do they treat you? Do they say anything, kind of hinting that they see how much you take care of yourself?
No, because you know, Brad doesn't really talk about those kind of things, but I have always been a white guy type of woman. I just didn't realize it, like being thin, you know, brown skin. And I have 4C hair, but I've always grown it really long and straight. But sometimes I will wear my hair short. You just know when a man likes you, it's effortless. You don't really have to think about what's going on.
Yeah, he called.
I mean, you do, but
yes.
you don't.
He.
But it's like a flow.
Yeah, he calls to check on you. He takes you out. He pays you attention. You don't feel like you have to chase the man, you know. So.
And both of them are like in my age range, and they have good careers. I mean, I could go to the left or the right, and it would be the right choice. But I think that my energy, because my energy has changed, and it's not needy, it's not angry, I don't have victim energy. Those are the things that you have to work on. It's nice to fix up the outside, but you have to work on the inner you, because that's really what radiates out to the world. Because when I was in my 20s and going to my 30s, I was a cutie, but I was insecure. I had a lot of anger issues, and what else did I have? I had a lot of stuff going on. So I would think, okay, I got a Versace dress on. Why is this loser talking to me? But it was because what I was radiating outwards.
Okay.
You know, a little bit of low self-esteem, things like that. But now I don't even attract these certain types anymore, because I like myself. I love myself. I take care of myself. I lavish the best upon me. Whatever I can afford and I want, I get it.
Now,
and that's what you got to do.
Are there any men who seem intimidated by you?
Well, no, because I'm not dating like within the race anymore.
Okay.
And so a lot of guys like of other races, of ethnicity, they just don't approach you if they feel any kind of way about anything. They don't approach you. Now, what my experience with the Tyrones, they would approach you, and then they would try to beat down your self-esteem and nitpick you to death to get you to come down to their level, or to feel as low as they feel. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So I've been through that. Why you got your hair like that? Okay, and so that didn't really work for me, because I'm like, okay, my hair was like this when I met you, and you was trying to holler.
Thank you.
So all of a sudden now something is wrong with it, because so that's what I grew up in an all black environment, middle class with all black, but black people kind of pretty much are the same. Regardless of class, we're very like mean to each other a lot of times. And I came of age having low self-esteem. Like, I was talking to my sister. I said, boy, we were so skinny back then, and we didn't realize that we had it going on. But because we grew up in an all-black environment, we was made to feel like we need to eat more. We need to, do this and do that. It's always something, but it's because you're dealing with a group of people, a race of people that have a lot of mental issues or whatever, a lot of low self-esteem, a lot of shame. And so when you're surrounded by that, it's always somebody that's going to take notice of you, because people know when you're going to make it, and when you're going places, they know that before you do. And so a lot of times they'll do everything that they can to stop you from knowing that, to make you feel bad about yourself. Like some of you ladies that don't fit in with none of these cliques and stuff, the women always leave you out and become two-faced. You should be glad, because you're not one of them. They know you're not one of them. You just don't know.
Yeah.
But it's like wonderful when these cackling hens reject you from their circle, because that gives you a lot of alone time to go and build your life. And get the life that you want.
There's also they'll try to get you they'll want you to get pregnant so that your life can get destroyed.
Oh, okay, well, you should be taking birth control. Well, you know what? The reason why I never had children, my main birth control method was abstinence. Because if I have a conversation with you and you don't sound right, there's no way I'm gonna end up in your bed or you end up in mine.
Okay.
And I guess that's the Virgo in me. I cut the shit off. This is not going to work. My friends used to say, "How you know?" I talked to him for 10
Thank
minutes.
you, girl. Listen, I had one of my friends. She used to get mad at me because she said, oh, "You cut them off too quick." I said it only takes me a good day or two. You just ask the important questions. You can. Man, please.
Because see, this is the thing. You meet the man. Every man that you meet, he has rehearsed the lines from the Get the Girl handbook. And then you have the guys that have rehearsed their Bible scriptures and, that are religious and they want to talk about, Jesus, Allah, and all that and try to impress you. But the one question that I used to ask that took them out of the playbook is, what are you going to build for your future offspring so that they don't have to struggle the way you struggle?
Oh my God, what would they
And
say?
they could never answer that question because that ain't in the Bible. It ain't in the Quran. And it ain't in the nigga handbook. What are you going to build? What empire are you going to build so that your children don't have to go out there begging from other people to make a living? That's important to me because I don't want to struggle, and I definitely don't want my kids to struggle. Like I explained to a friend of mine, as I used to think like her. We grew up together. And she was telling me she was angry like a few months ago. She was talking about this dentist that she used to work for, Jewish, and how he harassed her and he treated her bad and this, that, and the other. I said, but you know what? You're mad at him, but who you should be mad at is your father and those two men that you had children with because they didn't build nothing for you. So you had to go into a hostile environment just to make a living to feed your kids. That man dogged you out because he knew he could. When he asked you how many kids you had and you said 2, he knew you was going to try to keep that job no matter what. Now, I used to think that you should be mad at the white man and stuff. Like when I first started modeling, they would tell me, sometimes, oh, we already have a black model or whatever. And I used to be mad at the white people. But no, the white woman, her man built her an industry where she gets to be on the cover because he started the magazine. She gets to be inside of the pages and the editorials because her man started the magazine. So if they only want to invite 1 or 2 blacks or none at all, what can we say? Our men didn't build us any magazine. We saw what Ebony magazine used to look like, where the models looked almost white, right?
I saw some vintage ones, in Jet magazine and stuff.
Yeah, the models look almost white. Our blackness was never celebrated. And so now that I am 50-something years old, I am aware that the men of my race did not build me anything. And so when white people don't want you in certain spaces, that's their space to not want you in. Okay? Because we had communities. I sent you a whole lot of stuff last night just about Detroit. The black business people, all the stuff that we owned and everything. And as soon as integration came, black people dropped everything. We already had hotels, we had schools, and this was in every major city. Black people had all of this stuff. Because in LA, when I was growing up, the corner store guy was a black man. Most of the people that came here and started businesses were from Louisiana, the Creole culture, but we had a lot of people from Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, and we had a lot of black entrepreneurs. And then the more, integration started coming or whatever, Black people was like, hey, the white people ice is colder. Let's go over here. But we gave up a lot to the point now where we don't have anything. So that's the blessing of me getting older, because now I know what's really going on. And I'm not mad at the white people when they don't want you in their community or whatever, because our men didn't build us any community. No woman should have to go beg in the next community for nothing. So that's the good part about me being 50 or whatever. I know we're supposed to be talking about fitness or whatever, but a lot of the things that's going to keep you looking good, it starts in the mind. And you got to know who your friends are and who your enemies are. And but until that, I say turn off the news. Watch it once a day, but don't saturate your mind and stuff in that. Read books, educate yourself. Come back to this channel, as you get a lot of good information here.
Thank you.
You know, that Cerebral presents to you.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's the thing. When you get my age, hopefully you stop being a victim and you start knowing who's really got your back and who doesn't. Because I was like kind of like pro-black, because coming of age in the late 60s and through the 70s, everything was black, 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 black. But then when I go and examine those times, and it was a wonderful time to be black. I mean, growing up in the 70s, if you weren't black, you missed it. I'm telling you. But when you go back and examine some of the things, what did the people that were in office that were black, you know, our black entertainers, our so-called leaders, what did they really do for us as women? They didn't do anything.
Nothing. Listen, I have just been reading up about the Black Panther Party, and you will not believe the bullshit crap that was going on with the women and the men in that. I will share that in another video, but it's a mess. That's all I can tell you. Empowered? Oh, Lord, I can't hear her. I'm going to hang up and call her right back. Okay, the call dropped. I'm going to call her right back now.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone just went out.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, this is a wonderful age. Start early, putting yourself first. Now, I'm not saying that totally if you have children. You know that your children have to come first, but any other adult that's not your mother or father, you need to put yourself first. Make sure you do something luxurious for yourself once a month. Take yourself to a nice restaurant that's not in your area once or twice a month, and don't wait on your girlfriends to go. Because a lot of times, I noticed like a lot of my black girlfriends, they just had their priorities about what they would spend their money on. They rather have an $800 purse. I'd rather go to a $300 a dinner, $300 a plate dinner, political dinner. That's what I like spending my money on. I have nice purses, but they don't have to be Louis Vuitton and that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because the goal is to have some money in the purse. If you spend all the money on the purse, then you know how that goes. But anyway, yeah. So I start going by myself. Now that you have Uber, get up and go by yourself. Find the political party in your city. Get involved and volunteer. That's where the men are. Take up golf.
Yes.
You know, I have a lot of my hobbies. I'm getting ready to start playing tennis again and racquetball and different things like that. So just do a lot of stuff for yourself, and then don't announce it, because you have a lot of people that are going to stay in sacrificial mode. Like I have an aunt. She got mad at one of my aunts years ago because she bought herself a pair of $300 shoes. Well, why not if that's what you want? But she's one of those type of black women where she's so cheap with herself, and you know, she gets mad at the people that are really into themselves. Okay. So don't even tell people what you do for yourself. Just do it.
Okay.
You know.
So
that would be my advice.
You know, as I'm getting older, I learned that you start, is it just me, but you stop giving a damn as much about the opinions of people, and you start knowing more of what you are willing and not willing to put up with as far as a relationship. Like, you know what? No, I'm not doing
Oh
this. I'm
yeah,
not doing
you
that.
get there.
I'm tired. Like,
Cut it
no.
off. You know what? Cut it off immediately when you know that it's not. Ask the question. If they're older men, you see a lot of older men, and I don't mean to cut you off, but
No,
let
go
me tell you
ahead.
why let me tell you why a lot of men my age now who have grown children, they cannot, they can't even get my autograph. Okay, but I'm gonna tell you why. Because they have grown children, and some of them kids ain't seen the inside of a college. Now, if you are not uplifting and elevating your own offspring, what do I want with you?
Okay.
You know, you think you're impressive because you got a nice car, you're dressed nice. You know John 3:16. You can quote it. You know, in the 23rd Psalm or whatever else people doing these days. But then when I talk to you about what your children are doing, their lives are not that wonderful and great. You out here doing all this shit, still partying or whatever, and
Mm.
your kids can't spell university.
There are so many older men who especially black, have to be honest. They act like they're still in their 20s and they're hitting 50.
And they haven't done nothing for their kids. Like I dated a dentist one time, and all three of his children, two sons and a daughter, were dentists. I was impressed. And I asked him when he was going to retire. He said, "Well, I worked a little bit longer because I wanted my children to get out of undergrad and dental school with no loans."
Mm.
Okay?
Yes.
He elevated his own offspring. His daughter has a dental practice right near me.
And she's what?
But
Go ahead.
she's, I think she would be like 40 something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think she would be in her 30s or 40s, and then she has two older brothers. And one teaches at UCLA Dental School now. Teaches dentistry, and the other one has a practice. And they used to all work with their father or whatever. But yeah, he put all of those kids with no student loans, no financial aid. He put them all through undergrad and dental school. Now you talk to black men, same age, got kids the same age. Some of them kids maybe are doing well, but a lot of them they're not. Like the daughters are baby mamas struggling. Why weren't you looking after your daughter?
Yeah, there have been a
To make
lot
sure
who've
that
called.
those things didn't happen.
There's been a number who've called in and they tell me their dads didn't tell them a damn thing, nothing. Not about life, not
Mm-hmm.
about men. So that's one thing you look at how he treats his kids. That's important to look at his relationship with his kids. I also look at how he treats people like waiters, service people who service him. How does he treat them? How does he treat his mother? You know, how does he treat other men? I watch to see if he has a jealousy. I don't like a jealous man, a hater. He got a new car and
Mm-hmm.
he's hating on the next man.
Toxic.
That's nasty to me. I don't like that.
Yeah, toxic, negative. So, but yeah, just take care of yourselves and find and I advise everybody that this will benefit you in your older years. Find a workout routine that you can stick to, even if it's just walking. Find a workout routine because it's going to serve you well when you start getting older.
All right. Let me.
Okay? And then make sure that you got to get those raw vegetables in. You got to get you some salad at least 2 or 3 times a week, raw foods. Get you some, make sure you drink your water. I drink a half a gallon of water a day when I'm at home. And make sure you get out in that sun now that the world's opening back up, because that's your vitamin D or whatever, and get your yearly checkups. But if you're ever diagnosed with anything strange, make sure that you get 2 or 3 opinions, because a lot of these doctors be on fundraisers, and that's a whole nother show.
Okay. Well,
But just take care of yourself now, and you will be so happy that you did. Because I would hate to be this age struggling trying to lose 300 pounds or something like that. And there's a lot of people that I went to school with. They are like super big, and they dropping like flies. We in our mid-50s, people are starting to get on out of here now.
yeah, heart problems and all types of stuff. Getting on
Yeah,
dialysis.
heart problem, everything. Yeah, not taking care of themselves. And then, a lot of the women, they got married when they were younger. They did the 50-50 struggle of. Now the man has moved on. So you got a lot of that. So don't sign up for 50-50 struggle love, because it's not going to benefit you when you get into your older years. And you got to think, even though you don't have children, you got to think of all of the things that you want for your children. I want to be able to stay home with my children at least to their school age. Write it down. I want my kids to go to private school all the way through. Because when they go to public school, even if you live in a better area, you get thrown in with all kinds. At least private school, because it costs money, you weed out a lot of the losers and the people that you don't want your kids associating with, because you can't control your kids at public school. And then you wonder why your kid wants to hang out with the worst people on campus. Well, then you just threw them in there.
Okay.
It's like you threw them into a deep swimming pool, and now they're supposed to fight their way out of the pool or whatever. So write it down. You want your children to go to private school. You want them to be able to afford all the extracurricular activities, no matter how expensive. They need to be tutored, especially like if you're not good in math. They probably won't be either, but you can be tutored to get through these classes. And then you want them to be able to have a college education, whether they have a scholarship or not.
Now,
because scholarships are not, everybody can't get one.
Now
the need is more than the supply.
The one and only Ariana, she says public schools are more fun. Yeah, but private school, I heard the education is better.
We're not trying to do fun. It's a time for fun. And see, the thing about fun, your kids go to school during the week, and then let the fun be up to you. I mean, you could take your children to see the Alvin Ailey Dance Company. You can take your children on trips to Europe. Let the fun be in the family unit, because you want the family unit to be close anyway.
That's true.
And that's the way to have a healthy family. You're gonna have to keep a lot of outsiders out. Now that I know at my age, the more people that you deal with, the more confusion. Keep your circle small, and you have to examine your circle on a daily basis when you got to be able to have discernment for when somebody's attitude towards you has changed, or when something has crept in there and the relationship is not as pure as it used to be. So keep your circle small. Mm-hmm. It's okay to meet people, but don't call everybody your friend, because guess what? They're not.
That's true.
You're gonna have more associates in this life than you have anything else. But associates are good, because an associate can pick up the phone and get you your next job or get you a big contract. So associates are good to have, but friend, we use that word too loosely. You're not going to have a lot of those. And then we separate friendship from family members. You can have a family member that's your friend also.
Yes. You know what though? For me, you are my dearest friend, where if I can trust you, I can tell you my secrets, I can tell you my pain, I could cry to you, I can trust you with money. I know that if I need, if I'm in trouble, I can call you, you can call me. And it's hard. I have found the older I get, the harder it is, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I said, and then guess what? I found a friend about 5 years ago, and it was me.
Okay.
I started looking out for myself better than anybody ever could, and not in a selfish way, like I'm gonna step on the next person, but you got to be your own friend. Like I said, we always think friends are out there. No, your first friend needs to be you. And then if you have a sister or a sibling that you're close to, okay, that's your friend. Because I remember for years I always wanted a friend, wanted friends. And then I'm like, okay, well you got your sisters here that love you. They can be your friends also.
Okay.
But yeah, I found a friend. That friend is me. Like I said, I treat myself wonderful. And I monitor my thoughts. Okay, sometimes your mind will go in a direction that you're dwelling on something you don't need to be dwelling on. Bring
Yeah.
yourself back. I don't need to be thinking that. I need to be thinking happy thoughts. I take care of myself. And you were talking about secrets. I don't tell people a lot of my secrets because my mother always says when you tell one person, it's no longer a secret.
Damn.
And
Golly.
who likes you today might not like you tomorrow, and then you be all nervous and sweating and
That
shit
is
because you done
so
told them
true.
some stuff. Yeah, no. If it's really a secret, you better talk to yourself or something while you in the bathtub.
Ah, she's
Now
right.
you
She's
know,
right, y'all.
yeah. You never know how people are gonna change. So those are the things that you start, learning earlier on because people will turn on you, and then next thing you know, what you told them, you'll start hearing it in other places. Okay, I know I haven't talked to this person, but they have.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So yeah, no, honey, you gotta be really tight-lipped. You gotta be tight-lipped about everything, your desires, your dreams, your plans. You cannot share that information with everybody. You have to treat that like the FBI treats classified information. That's how you have to treat your hopes, your dreams, your goals, and things like that. You just can't share it with everybody. That's another thing that I learned being older. So now when people ask me, hey, what you doing now? Everything is everything, because that's all I'm going to tell you.
Okay. Sorry if I
You
sound
know?
a little boring, y'all. I haven't been to bed in almost 24 hours. I'm going to bed after
Oh,
the
okay.
streams are.
Well, girl, you know
I'm
what?
not leaving
I'm not
though.
going to.
I
Oh,
said I
you're
was
not?
doing
Oh,
this
okay.
live.
Oh, okay.
I know I might sound kind of, maybe I don't
Oh,
sound
no,
like myself.
well, yeah, you mellow. You're
Okay.
mellow tonight because you're kind of sleepy. But yeah, so take care of yourself. Everything that you want your children to have, even if they're not here yet, write it down because that's going to have to factor in when you choose a mate. Because usually when people marry and they're intimate, they procreate.
Yes.
So write that down. Everything that I want my children to have. Don't write with everything that you want in a man. Leave that alone. He needs to have some money, character, and integrity. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and he could be good looking. And there's
Oh.
plenty of good looking people in the world. But the most important thing is write down what you want your children to have from beginning to end. I don't care if it's the inheritance they're gonna get when they 60 and you 90. Write it down. What do you want them to inherit
You know,
after they've got their education?
I collect things, and when I collect, I think about. I don't have kids right now, but I think about things I want to pass down, things I think would be of value that they could have. You know.
Okay, well, you think about the other things that need to come with your marriage so that your children can have. I want to stay home
Yes.
with my children, for how long? Till they're 4, till they're 5. I want to be a stay-at-home mother. Write it down.
Okay.
Okay, because those are when you start dating, those things are gonna have to factor. And then you be sitting there eating, cutting into your steak or your salmon, whatever you eat, and he talking. You be like, okay, you think about your list. Okay,
Yes.
I hear how he's talking, so I can forget being a stay-at-home mother. Okay, check that off. Okay, keep on talking. Now you're doing most of the listening because he's supposed to be trying to impress you, not the other way around. Then he keeps talking. Okay, I can forget about private school. Now, after you get down that list and you don't have to cross everything off because he can't cut it, that ain't your guy.
I'm taking this
And
all
don't
in.
even sleep. And don't even sleep with him so you'll start liking him or nothing. No, I can't fuck you because you're a loser. I don't even want loser DNA in my body.
Even what you're saying
Then I
now,
have to.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
No, what you just said when, I had told women, when you date these men who don't have nothing, but you want to live in a two-story home in the nice side of town. I mean, seriously, he doesn't have a good job. You know damn well deep within you ain't gonna you're not living at that side of town.
And then he needs to already, if possible, he needs to already have a house that he brings you to, and then you guys upgrade and get a better house.
Okay.
That's how it used to be. Like when my age group came along and stuff, and they'd be like, "Oh, me and Joe just bought a house." Okay, Joe should have had a house. He shouldn't have waited to marry you for y'all to put y'all pennies together and get a house. He should have had a house coming in, and then you level up and get a better house together.
A lot of black women aren't raised these days, and if you say things like that, they're gonna try to demonize you, the black people, men and women.
He should at least have an apartment to bring you to with his name on the lease. You can level up from there even. But to be started from scratch, no. That's not gonna work. I've been on the earth long enough, and I'm telling you, it won't. So no, write down what you want your children to have. That's gonna be important because I know so many women. They went for the 50-50 plan, and they were happy with that until they had a baby. And then they had to push that baby out and only got to stay home with their baby. They had to take a 2-month-old to daycare. You don't know what's happening to that baby. They can't talk. You hope that your daycare person is on the level if it's not a relative, grandparent or whatever. But they were mad as hell when they had to drop them babies off at daycare and get back to work. But that's the man you chose. Everybody was telling you to make a little bit of a better choice, and you wanted him. So now you got to drop this 3-month off in the wintertime at the babysitter.
Because you got to work because your man.
And then you're the one that has to leave work when the baby's sick, because if he don't even provide where you can stay home with the kid, he ain't gonna care about coming to get them when they're sick and that kind of thing at school. So it's just a whole way we've been indoctrinated. But at this age, I kind of, marriage is not kind of really my thing. I don't think, even though like I have a couple of brands like hovering around, but it would have to be like a really, really good situation for me to want to do that, because I'm not Christian. I think a lot of women get caught up in, I want to get married because they don't want to live in sin. They don't want to fornicate. And I do understand that you need to be married as far as being able to make decisions for your spouse. But what you have to think about is, do you want him making decisions for you if something happens to you? So I think about that also when I date a man. Okay, I'm sitting here talking to this man. Would I want him to make my medical decisions if I was terminally ill?
Okay, all right.
Because right now, I don't know anybody I trust like that other than my mother and my sister. So a lot of those things work both ways, because if I'm married today, I would sign an advance directive where my mother still makes my decisions. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because I don't trust a man like that. Men are not as patient with women when they get sick. He'll have the doctor pull the plug before you ready, because he's ready to move on to the next woman.
That's just pure evil.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I
So
know.
those are the things that you have to think about. We don't think about that when we're younger. You know, we was, oh, I gotta have this person and that person because he was fun, he made you laugh, he was good in bed. But would you want this fool making your medical decision or to be your power of attorney if something happened? If you were in the hospital for 3 months, would your savings be wiped out?
Oh my God.
See, that's the stuff you think about when you get older.
That's why we choose wisely.
So that's why you got to make good decisions today, you young ladies. First of all, take care of yourself. Get a fitness routine. Start eating better. Now, I'm not a vegetarian or anything like that. I'm going to eat everything in moderation till I die. You know, I'm just that kind of person. But you still got to get, I like every day for lunch, I eat a cucumber, a raw cucumber. I peel it, I chop it up, put a little pepper on it, olive oil, vinegar. That's what I eat for lunch. Okay, that's my raw food. I eat fruit in the morning, banana, pear, apple, orange. Sometimes I'll do a smoothie with all of those elements in there. And then I eat what I want for dinner, but I control the portion and I cut my eating off at 6 o'clock. If you didn't eat it by 6, you gotta wait till tomorrow.
You know, Empowered, when I picture you, for some reason, I keep getting this image of you with a long white dress with going to the farmer's market. You have on some sunglasses or something. Your hand is out like a lady. And, you know, you're just, when you walk, it just grabs attention. You're confident. Am I right? You have beautiful
Shoulders
flowers in the
back,
yard.
head up. Yeah, you know, but like I said, it comes with work because when you are a black woman, everything around you is beating you down from day one, trying to tell you that you're nothing. I had good parents, but you gotta leave. You gotta go to school. You gotta leave out of the house. So it's always somebody telling you that you're not this and you're not that. So those are the things that you have to fight through and get your mind free. But do it. The sooner you do it, do it. Go to counseling. Get all of your inner workings together. Don't go to the people at church that don't have education at first and they say you can go to counseling or whatever at church. If they're going to tell all your business, been there, done that. Go to a professional, licensed professional. If you don't like the first person, find somebody else. Keep going until you get the person that's a match for you. Go to counseling. If you had extra trauma in your life, you need medication, get on it. Take it. Get
Okay. So,
chanting.
oh no, I was going to ask you some quick questions. And someone,
Okay.
I don't know if you're still listening. Someone, you called me from an unknown phone number, and you sent me a text saying you were trying to call. I can't call you back because you called on an unknown number. But if you are watching, whoever wants to call in, you can call in about maybe 5 minutes. But you know, so what age did your life really start?
Oh gosh. Well, you know what? I had my youth and my 20s and 30s. They were good, but I did not get happy until like about 6 years ago. So,
Okay.
honey, it kind of came late for me, I guess. But I mean, just like extremely happy and where I don't feel daunted by any, task that I have to take on or whatever. But
Well, that
it's because happiness came late for me because I allowed my happiness to come from things around me, like other people, things, career achievement. And those things are like pieces on a chessboard. They move, they go away, they get taken off the board. Sometimes you have a lot of money, sometimes you don't. So your happiness can't be rooted in those things. You got to get it from within. So now that I have it from within, I don't grab a hold of things like it's life and death. So if somebody want to leave my life, you could go because I'm already happy. I don't need you to make me happy. I need you for companionship maybe and camaraderie, but I don't need you because that's putting too much pressure on people. Sometimes when you're not happy yourself and all of your happiness comes from external things, you push people away because people be like, shit, I got my own problems and my own shit to deal with, and this person wants me to save them. Nobody can do that for you. So that's why. And so now, my modeling career has come back, but it's come back because I'm not going to chase it. Anything now, it's okay to pursue things, but if it's running from you, you need to step back, take a break, and figure out is that for you or is it something better for you? But I don't chase after things and people anymore. They just come. When you get happy, it's like the good things gravitate towards you and the bad things, you start to repel. So that's why it took a long time for me to get happy because I didn't know. I had the wrong idea about where happiness comes from.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm taking it all in.
Everything is in you because like the Abrahamic religions, they teach you that you're worshiping a deity, something outside of yourself, but really everything is in you.
So
and you have to pull those things out.
did you ever? You said that you do chanting.
Mm.
Do you do the one that Tina Turner does? Do you say the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
She says Onyo Rengo.
Nam Yoho Renge Kyo.
And that brung you a lot of peace.
Yeah, because the first thing that they tell you to chant for is to be happy. Because nothing else matters if you're not happy. And it brings up just the life force that's hidden within you. It brings it up. It brings it out of you. And then it shifts your energy and your timing in life. It gets you in tune with the sound, the hum of the universe. So you start being at the right place at the right time. The right people, they see the good in you and they gravitate towards you. I'm telling you that it changed my life. I've been chanting for like 6 years now.
Give me 1 second. Excuse me. Rose says, I like this lady. Does she have a contact info? She does have her own channel. Empowered Selfishness.
Yeah, but I don't have any contact info because I have been getting like death threats over there. So that's a whole nother episode. But I've had people like threatening me over there. So a lot of those videos I put on private. But I do have a video there on Empowered Selfishness TV. Just leave me your information under the video that I have there. I have like a song up there.
Okay.
But yeah, I had like kind of shut down for a minute because boy, they was getting crazy, and I don't even have that much up there.
That's what happens when you speak the truth. I've had a few of those. I just was called the B word today. Had to block him. So.
Wow. Yeah, it's some crazy. What do you think? Okay, we can't talk about that. I'll ask you in private. But it's like a war going on with the men. I'm sure you've been keeping up with.
Oh, they've been doing this still forever.
I mean that Kwame, what's his name? Kwame Brown. Yeah, okay.
That sounds familiar. Who is that?
Yeah, I mean, he been calling out all the the fake and elite people in the media or whatever, but the boy know what he's talking about. I was gonna tell you to have him on the show. He ain't a boy, actually, he's a man. I was gonna tell you to have him on your show because if enough black men thought like him, which is too late for me now, but I mean, if enough of them thought like him, the race would have some hope. But unfortunately, enough of them don't think like he thinks. But go and watch his videos because he knows what he's talking about.
Is he into that Illuminati stuff?
No. No, no. He was talking about he's very politically smart. Like he was saying how we, as a people, we have too much hatred in our heart, and everything is race, 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 and we have so much hatred that we can't even see when somebody's trying to help us politically because everything is black and white. But anyway, girl, we ain't talk about that. We talk about being older.
Okay.
So, ladies,
I will
take care
check
of
him out.
yourself. Ladies that are out here, you want a husband, write down what you want your children to have because that's going to help you better with your search. Because you can't have nobody out here that don't even want to take care of itself. And, where does that leave you? Where does that leave the offspring that you have? And then we talk about too much nonsense on dates and things like that. It's nice to laugh and talk and have fun. But if you're trying to get to know somebody, you got to know if they have kids, do they want more kids, are they heterosexual, are you straight?
Oh yes.
That's
I
a question.
listen.
That's a
I asked
question
that.
that you can ask.
I asked. I'm not afraid. And some of
Women
them.
come back from dates. Go ahead.
Oh
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no, no. I asked that. Some of them get mad, but it's like I've met down lows. I have to ask. I know you might lie to me anyway, but at least I asked. I say, look, don't be offended. I need to know, are you bisexual? You know. I'm like, what? What you mean? You asking me
Well,
that?
I don't even tell them don't be offended. If you are offended, too bad. Because if somebody asked me if I was gay, I wouldn't be offended because I'm not. So, if you're mad, it might be the hit dog holler thing. But yeah, you gotta get in there and really treat it like you watching a detective show. The detective, they come in there, they play the role, they smile and laugh, and they were undercover police or whatever. But while they're having fun, they're still getting the information that they're there to get. And then if you know you don't like him at the end of the night, go on and pay for your dinner because you know you ain't mess with him no more. Because I've had a couple of times I'm like, okay, I don't never want to see this guy again. I'm like, ooh, baby, here go my part. Goodbye. But if you
I
like
wouldn't
him,
know.
don't
I wouldn't
never
even
pay.
do that. I will let them pay. Go ahead and pay for this date, and I'm
Well,
going.
these men, they think when they buy you something to eat that everything is supposed to be everything. First of all, I eat every day. I don't need you to do that. It's just really weird because I've met guys like in their 50s and 60s that try to act like women are hustling them for meals. Okay, I don't be bothered. I'm not doing coffee dates. I have a coffee machine in my kitchen. So why I don't have to when I go to the coffee machine in my kitchen, I don't have to beat my face and put on lashes or none of that.
Yeah, that's just their
But I'm
way.
supposed yeah, you're supposed to audition to be moved up into the dinner ranks, and that's because the dating out here. What do you call that dating? Online
Okay.
dating. It makes it too easy for them. So if one woman don't act right, you just swipe left. That's why I said get off of these online dating things and start getting out in the world once the world opens back up. As you got too many weirdos online, and then it's like bringing the candy to the candy store. Men don't have to work anymore, and so that's why when you meet them on a dating site, they have the nerve to want to take you out for coffee because they're trying to date too many women.
Yeah, they trying to
So take
save their
yourself out
money.
of the rotation. Yeah, or they got some special one who's holding out on the sex, who they want to spend all their money on to get her, so they want to get somebody to sleep with for as cheap as possible until they land this one. So it's just too many games out there. I don't want to be bothered. Now that's the one
Yeah.
thing I can say about being older. I just don't want to be bothered. I
I
want to travel the world and have wonderful, good experiences. And everywhere that I want to go, there are already men there. So I'm not trying to meet one to take them with me and that kind of thing. Nothing. Every place I want to go, they already have men there.
girl, your vibe, your energy. Oh, I can't put it into words, but this is why I called you, cause I
But get happy. It's on the inside. And if you chant, if you want to start chanting, just do it. Do it like for 10 minutes, and you'll start just seeing things start shaping up and stuff. Or just find any kind of meditation that brings out your outward beauty, your gifts and talents, that kind of thing. And I didn't find that in church. I was in a non-denominational Christian church for like 30 years, and you sat there every Sunday. You watched the pastor and his family get rich, and the people out in the pews is, I believe I receive, I'm a sow a seed, I'm a this and that. Nobody ever got as rich as the pastor. So to me, with that being said, if nobody ever gets as rich as you are, then your message is faulty.
Did you hear
it
about?
Can't just work for one person.
It was a pastor. This PP loan thing is getting out of hand. A lot of people are getting 30 years in jail. There was a pastor. He just bought 39 cars and a house or something with the PPP loan. Now they're about to put him in jail. So it is crazy.
Yeah, because you know that that's the thing. We have become a group of people. We're not nice people anymore. It's like between the prosperity messages in the churches that started coming forth like in the late 70s and through the 80s and on up to now, and then we have the hip hop that was a very materialistic message. Between those two messages, we have become not nice people. We think that instead of building ourselves up and having good character and having integrity, we think that we can cover up being riffraff with a Louis Vuitton purse. But I got news for you: riffraff with a Louis Vuitton purse is still riffraff. Or with a Mercedes. I see a lot of people covering up who they are through all this material stuff when they really need to be in therapy and having the latest lace front. That's nice. But if you a nasty, evil bitch that's jealous and hateful, it's just a wig.
I agree.
You are who you are. So work on the stuff that matters, because all of that materialistic stuff, that's cool if you want to stay in a black circle and you want to live in a black world. But when you start venturing out into other people that are upscale, that have stuff going on for them that are non-black, you can't just roll up in there talking about your Mercedes, because you could be talking to somebody whose father owned a dealership.
Yes.
So they're not going to be impressed with that. You got to be able to stand flat-footed and be a person of substance. I don't care if you got a dress on from the $3.99 store, but the shit look good, and you match it up good with a nice hat and your shoes and all of that. You will end up pulling all the wealthy men in the room than somebody walking around in Valentino, but they got a nasty attitude.
I agree. I don't like mean. I don't like
women. Men could care less.
I don't like mean, nasty people. I hate that shit. I hate it.
Yeah. So that's what the black people, we have become people that are not good quality people and of substance, because we've been beat over the head with all this prosperity stuff. You don't know Jesus if you ain't got a Rolls Royce. Now, what do that got to do with anything?
I agree.
That don't have nothing to do with nothing. Then you have the rappers, trying to put people down because people don't have what they have. Well, I worked in the record industry. I was a promotion person for years, and a lot of the stuff that these rappers try to pretend that they have, they don't have it. I've met a lot of entertainers, and only a few of them are wealthy. Most of them are not.
Yeah, I heard a lot of them.
They selling you something that they don't even have.
A lot of them rent the cars and stuff.
Yeah, they rent the cars, and then the house that they live in, they're living in it because as long as they're signed to Sony, Sony is paying for that house. But the reason why when royalty time comes, they don't have any money is because they deducted the price of the house from your royalty, dummy. Everything has to be recouped and paid for. They'll give you the lifestyle because that reflects on them. But then once they don't no longer they replace you with a younger artist or somebody new, and they don't need your services anymore, then the house goes back, the car, all of that. So these entertainers and preachers, the preachers have it because they come in there and collect money every Sunday. And then they start having Bible study on Wednesdays and all during the week so they can collect money then too. They making you think it's for your soul though. But whatever. So yeah, it's a lot of everything out here is a lot of smoke and mirrors and a lot of show business. So you got to get real so that you can attract the real. If you fake, you're gonna look around in your life and you're gonna have a bunch of fake people that you can't count on and could care less whether you live or die. So work on your inner person. Become a happy person. Go to therapy if you need it. Take medication if you need it. Do what you need to do to get past every trauma that you've had, every disappointment. That's all I work on, from day to day. I don't care about anything else because I'm at the age now where I'm not chasing behind nothing. I'm not doing it. I can pursue some things, but when you start chasing it and it's eluding you and it's like it's running from you, slow down, retreat, and get your center back again. If you're chasing a man, you're doing all the calling. He'll never call you. He's always busy when you call him. You know what? Give him a rest. Take his phone number out your phone. And when he calls you, don't pick up every time. Because if he wants to have 24-hour access to you, then you're supposed to be married to him.
Okay. All right.
So, that's what you got to do. Anybody that doesn't appreciate what you have to offer and they act like they can live without you, okay, well, let's test it out. If you can live without me, that's what you're getting ready to do for this next week coming up. And don't be afraid to let people go. It's 7 billion people on the planet. We all have our tribe. You have people in the world that get you. Like I grew up, nobody didn't get me a lot. I was one of the popular kids, but still an outsider. That's a weird thing. I can't explain it. But I went to an art gallery showing recently, and when I went into that environment that was created, it was like, wow, I'm in my element. So everybody has their place in the world. And so if you're around people now that kind of don't get you or whatever, leave those people alone. If you work with them, do your job at work and then get on out of there. Stop going to happy hour and all of that stuff with people that don't get you and go and find your world.
Okay. I thank you.
That's the thing about getting older, but don't wait though, because think about it. I finally got happy at 49. That's late, honey. But I had good experiences though, but I can't explain it. It was still like a sadness there or whatever. And I've been so many places, done so many things, met so many people, but it was still like an emptiness inside.
But you know what though? For some women, having the man and the kids is what would make them happy. Like maybe they have traveled, they've had the nice clothes, but they're alone in the bed. They want their love story. They want to be a mother. And
well, stop being lazy. Get off the internet.
Okay.
And then this is the thing too, ladies. Write down what your passion is. What do you like to do? Like, do you like to cook? Do you like to sew? Or do you have a green thumb? Do you like to garden? Write all of the things down that you have a passion for, because that probably might be where your man is. Go take a
That
cooking
is
class.
so true.
You I don't know if they have classes for green thumbs and growing your plants or whatever, but okay, find one in your area. And that's a lot of times that's where your man is, because the two men that's hovering around me, they're creative. One is in the music industry and one is in the apparel business. Two industries that I've been in, which is very interesting. So get your passion, because right now I just want, to get back into my career the way it was or whatever. And so that's what I'm focused on, and working on, just staying happy. And that's it. But get your passion, write down all of the things that you love doing, and then start doing them. Get off the internet and start doing them. Go play tennis. And then when Wimbledon comes to, if you're in the New York area, buy some tickets to Wimbledon. Treat yourself. You know what kind of people go to the U.S. Open and Wimbledon? I had a friend that flew to London to go to Wimbledon. She had a good time.
Okay.
But you like tennis? You like golf? Start playing golf, because you can't be broke and play golf. It's expensive.
Okay. See, y'all ladies, listen to her.
Go take golf lessons or whatever, and then if you want to go to, some of the golf tournaments like the PGA Tour and all that, go. Fly yourself in and go. Get involved. If you want to get in politics, start volunteering. It'd be a lot of men in political circles.
Let me hold on. I gotta.
Politicians are lawyers.
Got a troll up in here. Just hold on. Okay. All right.
But yeah, most politicians are lawyers, so volunteer for political events and that kind of thing. And yeah, get off the internet though. I'm telling you, because these dating sites are starting to be ridiculous. And all of these men, they're just recycling through women. And then the men that want to text all the time and just sit on the phone and talk. Start being like me. I don't do a lot of talking on the phone. I have one person that I talk to every day. That's because they're a good friend of mine, and we do a lot of business together. But just hanging on the phone, being romantic, I don't even have that in me no more. I don't have nothing to talk about. What you want?
Can I ask you this though? Is it because you've been disgusted and disappointed with these damn men that has?
No, I'm at the point in my life where I'm very careful about what I expend energy on, and that's just not one of the things that I want to spend energy on. If it comes to me, I'll take it. If it comes the way that I want it to come, but it's not anything that I'm going to pursue.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's not at the top of my list of things to do. I have like some things that I don't want to devote any time to men, because to me, men don't need a lot of time. You either interested or you're not. You're either in or out. And I'm not spending a whole lot of time trying to figure out how to get a man, because they're not hard to get.
Yes,
it's wanting what you get is the problem.
I won't say much, but I was stressed about something, and I just gave it to God and just the universe, and I just said, you know what, I can't take it no more. I'm not even worried about it no more. It doesn't mean I don't want something, but I will not be stressing.
Oh, you'll get it, but you gotta get out the house. Write down the things that you have a passion for. If you like Italian cooking, you need to find an Italian class, a meetup where it's a class, pay the money and go to the class. And this is the thing, everything that you want to do that's worthwhile is going to cost you a little bit of money. So start putting your coins aside for the stuff that you want to do. So that's why I'm saying, when you get ready to go buy a handbag, do you need that one for $800, or do you need this one for $100, and then you put the $7 towards your passion and your hobby? Okay. Because the only people that are impressed with that is Black people, because they don't own nothing, they don't have nothing. So at least let me have the most expensive of everything on my body. Let me drive up in a Mercedes with no garage to put it in real life. Yeah, so to cut, you're going to have to juggle and cut back some areas if you're not making a lot of money or whatever, but you still can live well. Now, that's one thing I can tell you at my age. Whether you have a lot of money or a little, you still can live well. It's about how you budget and how you appropriate your money. It's been times in my life when I wanted certain things, I couldn't get it right then. Well, you saved for it. And you'd be surprised when you put, $10 aside a week, $20 aside a week. You could get a couple of months down the line. You got a nice little chunk of change.
You have so much damn good advice. I'm up here thinking some good topics to talk about in the very near future because you just sound like you have a lot of knowledge. You've lived. You're carefree. You don't take any bull crap. I mean, I think you would make a good mama because
And I feel sorry for the women my age that still want a man like they desperate for it. It's like, girl, please. I'm like, that song by Gladys Knight, I've had my share. I'm just playing. But anyway,
girl.
I have had my share. I've never had a shortage. And it's just like, yeah, whatever. They got to be coming with something, though, because they big old babies. They a lot of work. And so buddy, you're going to at least have to pay some bills because y'all worrisome. You're bossy. Men like for you to wait on them and pamper them and all of that kind of stuff. Well, I can't do all that if I can't sleep at night because bills ain't paid. And I'm not going to even sign up for it. So call me a gold digger or whatever. But men like gold diggers because don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. The only men that hate gold diggers don't have any gold.
Thank you. It's always broke men that's complaining. Men
Yeah,
who
because the ones with money, they want you to know they have it. Unless but then you got you have some stingy rich men, though, that be trying to act like this, that, and the other. But this is the thing, I do my background check, so I already know who they are. I know where you work, where you live, how much property you own, where you own the property. And so when I meet those type of guys that try to be cheap, okay, I don't want to go out with you. So that problem is solved. Because I had a lawyer that I met one time. He worked at a firm in Chicago. He was a partner. And then they had a firm out here in Beverly Hills. And so he would, all during the holiday time one year, he was texting me. He said, oh, I took my kids to Hawaii. He was sending me pictures of them and everything. He gets back in town and want to take me out for coffee. Now, that was, 2017. We never went out, right?
Okay.
Because I said, I don't drink coffee. And he said, well, maybe you could have some juice or something. Yeah, out of my refrigerator. So I didn't even respond, and he didn't either. So it's like, okay, get back on Match.com because I'm not auditioning for dinner. I audition every day. That's what I do for a living. I go on auditions. So I'm not going to audition for these men.
You just made me had a flash of it was this online dating thing and this guy, he was Greek or something. And you have your regular profile and then you have your dating profile. So he wanted my Facebook or something, my official profile access to like a friend request thing. And I politely rejected it. And he went off on me saying, "Oh, you're hiding something. That, what's the problem?" And we were going back and forth. And I said, "I don't have to share with you my personal, this is my personal Facebook thing, like family and me. No, I don't know you like that. Why would I give you access to that? And I just met you." And he was like, "Well, that's why you're hiding something, and well, if you can't show me that, that's a problem. This and that, a bunch of craziness." So.
Well, no, because if he would have got your real name, then he probably would have Googled you, tried to see where you live, different things like that. That's why I give people my Google Voice phone number, because your regular cell phone that you pay for every month, people can track you down with those numbers, so I don't give those out.
Okay.
You know, you have to earn your way into the inner court, the inner circle. And so you don't get my real phone number until you earn your way into that. But like I said, it's too much for me at my age to even try to think and plot it out. I'm not interested anymore. So if somebody comes by me pursuing my passion and just living and enjoying life, I'll accept it that way. But as far as in pursuit of it, you know, I'ma still wear my push-up bra and all that. But I'm wearing it for me.
Okay.
You know, the lashes, the makeup, I do it for me now. Keeping my skin flawless. I do it for me. Like I said, I found a friend 6 years ago, and it's me. I'm my friend. I like me. I like spending time with me. I like alone time with me. I like meditation with me. I like me.
Listen, go to the spa. I'm going to get my feet done probably next week. I just said, you know what, I'm in the mood. I want them to rub my feet, paint my toenails. I'm going to the spa in the fall. I'm going on a boat. I live in an area where there's a lake and there's a lot of boats. I said, I'm going on a boat ride. There's this company that does it. I'm going to put on my floral dress and I'm going.
Exactly. And just let somebody know where you are at all times, and you know, just keep it like that, and find a good masseuse. My girlfriend and my sister and I, we have a massage full body once a month. And we have a wonderful lady that's out here in LA, but treat yourself. It's amazing. It's good for your lymphatic, you know, draining system and everything when you get your massages. And just take care of yourself. And the better that you start being to yourself, you'll start meeting people that will be the same way. So, like I said, I spoil me. I got every boot, every shoe, every clothes. You know, I keep my money right, my hats, my accessories. I do all of that stuff for myself. I used to wish that some man would come along and lavish me with those things. Okay, I'm not waiting on that. I'm going to do it for me. And then now, when they show up, you better do it or you're out the door, because why would I let you do less for me than what I'm doing?
Mm-mm. I agree.
Yeah.
So empowered. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna call this person, I think a California number back. And
okay.
I thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too. And I'm gonna have you back.
To you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Girl.
And look at those things that I sent you about how black people had it going on, girl. We ain't come out of nowhere. We used to have it going on.
I will check it out. I heard about.
Make sure you watch those things.
Okay. But I thank you.
And we'll talk soon. Bye, all right, everybody.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Bye. Love you.
Bye. Bye.
Okay. So, yes. I am calling you. Where is that number? Thankfully, I wrote it down. Okay. The 916 number, I think you were in California. I'm not sure. Give me one quick little second. Okay. Can you, yes. So, excuse me, everyone. Give me a second. Hey, I'm not leaving, Rose. Oh. Okay, it's not ringing yet.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, this is Cece.
Cece?
Yes.
Okay, this is Cerebral.
How you doing? I love your channel so much.
Thank you. Hold on for 1 second. Okay.
Okay.
I kind of hear some background noise a little bit, but I can hear you good though.
Okay, I turned it all the way down. Is that better?
Yes. So how are you, Cece?
I'm good. I'm good. I just got to flipping through the channels, like, okay, what's on YouTube here? Let me see what's going on with these combos. And scroll through and seeing I subscribe to your channel. I'm like, oh, wait, I'm late. Because, of course, I am in California. So, I mean,
what y'all like three? I think y'all are 3 hours ahead or behind.
Yeah, behind.
Okay. So
I was just like, oh my God, let me hurry up and get in here. I was looking at these questions and so forth.
So are you repping for the 40-year-olds, the 50-year-olds, the 60-year-olds?
Well, I can just go and put it out there. I don't have no shame in my game at all when it comes to age or anything like that. I'm 52 years old. But I would just say, like, for instance, like you're saying, what age did life really start from you? I say 45 up till now. About 45. Unfortunately, I feel like it took a little longer.
What happened?
Really start living. Just a lot of setbacks and a lot of issues throughout this life issues that I felt, that held me back with a lot of things. And those are all just really unfortunate, bad choices. And I accept that, and I go from there.
So, were you going through a depression?
Oh, most definitely. Yes, most definitely. With a marriage, it was an engagement that I had that disappointed me, and that never did happen. Over a 2-year span of planning, that devastated me and threw me into that zone for about a couple years, but as going through therapy and everything else that you go through to get through these things and continue to maintain and live your life and move past it and learning to accept done me wonders as I've gotten older.
So, what have you improved in? Is it education, your fitness, your beauty regimen, your goals? What's changed for the better?
I improved a lot getting older, managing my finances, my mental health, my relationships. I pick my battles more wisely. I've learned to get out the rocking chair, and that meaning means something to me, because rocking chair is something where I feel that a person would sit in until something happens and just rock through life and not stepping out and not getting out to take the next move or move past any hurdles or distractions or setbacks or whatever it may be in your life. And I was stuck in that mode at one time. But I feel pretty much similar to the last caller. Pretty much develop an attitude of no tolerance, no nonsense type of person. And that's in relationships. And that can also be girlfriends as well, not just necessarily men.
Okay. So, what kind of goals do you still have?
I'm still working on my major goals is finishing my business entrepreneurship degree, because I am a licensed cosmetologist and I plan to still open up my own beauty salon one day.
Okay, you said that something is going on in the chat. I don't know what I missed going on with Sock and some other people. What happened? I don't know. I'll have to review this. So, okay, you said you want your own salon?
Yes.
So have you ever, went to cosmetology school?
I did.
So
I completed that back in 2017.
so when you came, you know what? They have a school around me. I've always been interested in it. Someone told
Mm-hmm.
me though that a lot of women who go in there already knew how to do hair, but do they teach you
Mm-hmm.
how to do curls and like I don't want to go too off subject, but
Mm-hmm.
what's some of the things they show you?
Oh, well, it's different kinds, and it really depends on the school as well. But, like, as far as ethnic hair, yes, we learned, press, straighten, what they call it, straightening combs, uh, the hot curlers, perms. Let me see, what else?
Now,
I mean, pretty much like even some of it is just even natural hair as well, if they have a teacher that's there to teach you some of those things.
I have to confess, I do not know how to cornrow. I've tried, I just can't. Do they teach you that in
It depends on if they have a teacher that knows how to do those things. Because we had one, but she wasn't there all the time because it was predominantly, I would say, white. So it just really depends on the school. It wasn't like it was all black cosmetology school that I went to.
Okay,
But I knew a lot of those things on my own before I ever even signed up for school.
okay. So
Yeah.
you worked in the salon?
Yes, I used to work in the salon years ago, and I was just a receptionist at the time.
So okay, so you want you okay, you're in California. Are
Hmm.
you in Los Angeles?
No, I'm more closer to Sacramento.
And do you feel like this is something that you really will be able to do? You know,
Hmm.
you want to own the salon and
Hmm.
you're going to
Hmm.
find,
I want to design. Yes, I want to design. I want to choose the area where I want it, and all of these things. But I felt going back to school, earning this degree to show me to be more business savvy, learning how, because I know plenty of people that own businesses, but they're not successful. And
okay.
so I look at things in a different way, and there's just more. I just rather know and learn. I'm not going to know everything. I understand that, but I'm willing to wait and take my time, and I'll get there,
You know, even
and I
though
will have it.
even though I can't really do hair that much,
Hmm.
I used to want that too. I said own the salon and paint the wall
Hmm.
light pink, have a beautiful crystal chandelier, and I
Uh-huh.
mean just find some talented people, and the location is
Right,
everything. Location,
right.
marketing yourself,
Geographic.
Instagram. Some of the top stylists
Hmm.
put your work or the stylists that you have for you, put them on Instagram,
Oh yeah,
you know,
oh yeah,
showing
oh yeah.
everything.
Exactly. And what I want, yeah, I still got a few pennies to save up. But to me, it's well worth it in the process, because I do have a team and a small team, and hey, it's possible.
You know, a lot of since the virus, there's a lot of hairstylists who they show they do the hair on YouTube. They got their own YouTube channel and
Mhm.
they're washing the hair,
Mhm.
curling the hair. It's very
Mhm.
relaxing to people. So they're getting money doing that too with these channels, you know.
That is so nice. And I even thought about doing that at one time. But I'm like, gosh, I already work from home currently. I mean, I'm in pharmaceutical industry right now, but that's just my job. Um, However, I thought many a times about creating a YouTube channel and doing something and putting my stuff out there, but I'm like, nah, I'm just right. I know for myself, and I don't know if I can even get that started and up and going. I got a lot of other things I'm trying to maintain.
Well, it could happen. I was thinking of those PPP loans, even though I keep hearing people are getting locked up for fraud, but you do have
I
a
know.
business sort of plan laid out. You might
Right.
get approved.
Right.
So
Right.
just don't go crazy with
Uh,
it if you try it.
right.
So,
Right. I understand. I know. I haven't even considered anything like that as of yet. But yeah, I know. I've been hearing about all that stuff too. You were talking about a little bit earlier about the pastor. Was it the
yes.
church or the pastor? Yeah. I'm like, okay, that's the new one. I didn't hear about that one yet.
There was another guy. I mean, a lot of the men are buying luxury cars instead of a house. There was
Yeah.
one lady who
Yeah.
bought this beautiful home. One guy bought a mansion
Mm.
in Florida. I mean,
Okay.
three of them so far got 30 years in jail that they caught.
Man,
So,
that is so not worth it.
you
It is so
know,
not worth it for that little money. I know I would run out and be ready to go lay it down on I know plenty of things I could do with that kind of money, but people don't think of consequences. I just don't understand. I
my
mean, you're not going
goodness.
to enjoy it because it's either going to be gone, car or the home or whatever, and you still got to do time. And with
Yeah.
legal fees, and you're not going to use the rest of the money because they're going to freeze your account.
Yes.
So,
Oh my God. But I know it's exciting. I mean, it's good when you still have life to you, just because you've gotten older.
right.
Like, I believe in having a steady career, something that brings an income so you can live, but don't give up your dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Just you can have side legal
Right.
hustles and have extra income, and then if one of your dreams take off, then you can quit the main
Mm-hmm.
job and then focus on that fully.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
a salon,
Exactly.
oh my God, I'm just thinking
Yeah,
about
I want to
decorating it.
manage.
Oh my
Yes, I want
God.
to manage more than do hair. I went to school cosmetology, because of course that was one of my, dreams of, becoming a hairstylist, but more to me is managing it, the people in there and doing all the work.
Well, even though if this happens, can I say one thing I pray you tell your stylist to do?
Okay, sure.
Please, please do not tell a person to come in at 8 o'clock in the morning and you have
Mm-hmm.
3 to 4 people ahead of me. Like, hold on,
Oh
why would you do
goodness.
that? This
See,
this has
that's
happened.
why that's why time management is very important when it comes to business and customers. And if you don't learn these things, I learned that years ago. And if you don't get that down packed, you're not going to create
That happened
what
to
you're
me.
looking for.
That happened to
Mm-hmm.
me so much at salons. I stopped going to salons because they would
See,
ruin my Saturdays. I had plans and I
right.
literally wouldn't. I would have to cancel them because you told me to
Mm-hmm.
come in at this time and you knew you have 4 other heads to do.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Right.
they would eat their Chinese food and stuff while doing my hair.
Mm-hmm.
Order the food next door or somewhere down the street and then get on the cell phone
Right.
while doing my hair and start eating. I just
Oh, I
couldn't
just,
take it
I
no
know.
more.
I totally get it. I've been there. I've been there more than one time. So trust me, I know. I don't even put a time limit on it. And unfortunately, I really hate to compare race to it, but that's it's the black salon. We're just known for doing that. I'm not gonna say we, because I ain't running my business like that. And everybody, they just have to be on one accord and be on point. Oh, trust me, I got a whole thing set out and arranged of how I already see my vision. I already see it already laid out. I just need to just keep going. Stop looking at my age. I said I'll
um,
probably be about close to. I ain't gonna be 60 then, but hey.
Hold on really quick. Shout out to Simply Teas Temple. Hello. Now, I don't know. There's a way. There's a way. Start a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Start a GoFundMe.
Yeah. If it gets too close where I'm like, oh my goodness, what am I gonna do? I don't want to go take out this isn't long. I'm gonna be paying back that until I'm in the grave and gone, long gone. You know, I mean, there's just a lot of different other options, but I have somebody that's instructing me on what to do when it gets up to that level. Because we ain't even there yet. But I see a lot of places downtown, which I love, downtown Sacramento. I love, just peeping through the little shops and places where they're located. I would love a Victorian, very costly though, but parking would be horrible. However, that's my dream right there.
Should. If you need any help on, to find somewhere, listen, I can help. If just my email is in the description box, so.
It is? Okay. I would definitely keep in touch with you on that. And then another thing about, you said about goals, really another thing, hopefully, is, if I could ever squeeze this in, but I'm going to have to make time for it, is just really traveling the world. Traveling, and getting out. And just,
I wouldn't want to die, and I've never left my neighborhood, the country. The world is too beautiful not to see it. It's just too.
Exactly. And I don't feel like I've seen enough. I mean, it could just be some of the simple places. And it's like, that is definitely on my to-do.
I mean, they have the Maldives. That's one place I definitely want to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So, so how do you maintain yourself? Do you have any beauty secrets and stuff?
Yeah, well, I've always been complimented on my skin. My skin has been, but I think a lot of that is hereditary. Because growing up as a teenager, and I grew up I'm an 80s baby, and I used to use nothing but Noxzema on my face every morning. That stuff that burn your face and it's white.
Yes.
And I used to use that every single day. And then I switched over, even though, because I used to sell makeup and skincare. And I'm talking about for other companies. And I used to also freelance as well. But as far as taking good care of my skin is like number one, no matter what. And I'm talking about everything from cleansing, toning, and moisturizing daily, and also do my little face exercises because I don't want that turkey neck, and I don't want my skin to sag. So far, at 52, it's pretty good. And I get a lot of compliments about that. So taking care of my skin, of course, body, because I exercise. Well, I just started this year. I got started back. I'll put it that way. And lastly, my inner being. Mind, body, and soul is everything. Because once all of those things are exercised and taken care of and worked on, I would say. I mean, what else? I mean, I feel like, hey.
Okay.
You can pretty much have it.
So what would you tell younger women? What kind of advice would you give? Like something you've learned.
Oh, of course, having a mind of your own. Not just go along just to get along. Being in agreement with just everyone. Do your research, analyze, take your time. And that can fall in so many different segments in life. Put yourself first. If you don't love yourself, learn to love yourself. That goes a long way. Build confidence. Of course, have ambition. Be ambitious in your dreams, and keep your goals set. Take good advice from the wise. All advice is not good advice. So that just goes around, goes back to just listening to everybody. everybody ain't, well, I'm not saying you got to be right, but a lot of people haven't experienced things.
Yeah.
You know, keep in mind that things may not always go as planned throughout the rest of your life. There's so many times, like I said, the setbacks and the disappointments and things that I've had. I just knew it was just 1, 2, 3, and 4, and none of it. Now some of it did. I ain't gonna say not everything, but there's some of the bigger things that, you know, I thought they were gonna happen for me in a good way, didn't, and it fell through. And what happened is I didn't prepare myself for a downfall like that. It sent me to a whole nother world, and that's not good. And you don't want to do that. So just know that, hey, this is what I plan to do. You know, don't let anything stop you. You know, and I'm not saying wait forever. You know, but just make sure that, you know, you stay on task.
All right. So I thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And don't be shy to call back again, okay?
I won't, and I most definitely will. All right. Goodbye, you guys.
Bye.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Amazing call. Y'all, can you believe this lady on the screen is 59 years old? 59. So, okay, right now I'm gonna, my phone almost dropped. Give me a second. Let me take a 4-minute break. I have a little thing, you know, video I put together, so sit back and relax.
Every time you hear my music, feelings I ain't never had before. You got my head turning, baby. I'm feeling I ain't gotta look no more, 'cause you what I've been searching for lately. So if you're thinking about changing up, then boy, you're crazy. Take me to another place and make me your lady, because I'm ready. Damn boy, I'm ready to be your one and only girl. You make it hard for me to breathe whenever you're around. Heart vibrates every time I sense that you're around. That's the sound of love.
Temperature is rising, baby girl, I know you like it. When I see your face, baby, I get so excited.
But I don't know what to do,
No,
don't know what to say, 'cause you what I've been searching for lately.
So if you're thinking about changing up, then girl, you're crazy. Take me to another place and make me your baby, 'cause girl, I'm ready. Damn girl, I'm ready to be your one and only man.
You make it hard for me to breathe whenever you're around. Heart vibrates every time I sense that you're around. That's the sound of love.
Let me turn it up a bit, lights on, like that.
When you had enough, all we do is kiss and get right back.
You can take my heart, baby, it's yours now, ain't no need to fight that.
I see you roll with me, cause nobody ever made you feel like that.
I know you need it.
The sound,
Bleeding,
my heart's
waiting,
our hearts.
waiting. Every time we get closer, mind, body, soul, yeah.
If I was the first to say it, baby, would you feel the same? Maybe hard for me to breathe whenever you're around. Oh, my heart vibrates every time I sense that you're around. That's the sound of That's the sound of my heart. It's beating. It's waiting. Just to be loved. I don't know if I'm ready for love.
Okay, I hope you like that. I had a different song, but you know, copyright issues. I had to switch it up. Yeah, those are just some of the many music artists that I like, but a lot of those are R&B singers. You know, I had to show some, you know, the music I grew up on, the music videos, and um okay, so this lady that you see right here, she is 59. Look at this face. I would assume this woman is in her 20s, maybe. No, she's 59. I repeat, she is 59. Wow, and she has her sign. I am 59, and like a fine wine, I am getting better with time. She looks amazing at 59. The woman is basically 60, basically. She's what, 1 year away from being 60. Can you believe this? All right, so dark skinned gentle woman, you said that you wanted to call in. The phone line is open. Or if anybody else wants to call in, the phone line is open. So, yes, she is 59. She takes her vitamins, as you can see as well. That is important. Would you ever assume you walk in a store, you see her sit down, looking like this? Would you think that is a 59-year-old woman? Because I sure as hell wouldn't. This woman is in her 50s. I think she calls herself the silver-haired wonder or something like that, representing for the silver hair, gray hair. And she is amazing. Definitely an inspiration. Who said that when you get older you can't still be fly, right? Give me a second. Okay, I got a call.
Dark skin gentleman.
Hello?
Hey, Cerebro, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am great. I am so glad you did this topic.
Thank you.
I am so glad you did this topic because, there are forces of evil and deceit that try to make women think that, you get, that you get worse with time and all this nonsense, and it's just like, okay, sweetheart, whatever. Let me, and I love the ladies that you're showing because it's true. my PT is 57, and she looks like she's 37.
Wow.
Black woman.
Okay.
Married. Great marriage. It's just like, it's ridiculous. This is like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like, I stand, right? So, let's answer these questions. Let's see what you got on the screen. What age did my life start? Okay, well, first of all, I'm in my 40s.
Okay.
I am Generation X.
Okay.
31, really, honestly.
Okay. Yeah,
31 was very, go ahead.
no, that's when you really start to get to know yourself. You know, when you're in your 20s, you're still young, you just drink, you're dating a little bit. You don't really start maturing a little bit more until 30. I agree.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then the brain, you know, they say the brain doesn't even become fully formed until 25 or something like that. I read that somewhere, and there's a lot of, like, you know, studies that say that, and I'm just like, okay. And it makes sense. It makes sense. I find that people that get married under the age of 25, unless they really have known each other and their families, and it's a gamble, it's a crapshoot. Those marriages end because they're still kids, you know, or they're still finding themselves. I wouldn't say they're children, but they're still finding themselves.
Yes.
So yeah, 31. 31 was when I really started living. I went back on a trip abroad. Oh my God, like, it was just, I'm like, okay, you know what? I am fully grown. I know who I am, and I love myself. So, you know, and I am dark skinned, of course, obviously. Have you improved on all levels getting older? Okay, I will quote one of my best friends.
Okay.
Her son saw a picture of me when I was younger and a picture of me when I was a little older. And he says, you know, he calls me Auntie. He says, Auntie, you look better there than you did when you were younger. Children don't lie.
I'm telling you, you can still level up. You can still level up just because you get older. I mean, shoot, some women lose weight when they get a little older. Some women learn how to dress better and do their makeup better, you know? So.
Exactly. Yeah, my mother was a bit conservative when it came to makeup. She really didn't like the idea of me wearing makeup. She kind of wanted to keep me as a little girl. Yeah, so I didn't learn makeup until late. I didn't learn how to dress for my body shape until late. You know, I'm large. You know, I'm top heavy. I have large breasts, so it's like, okay, I didn't learn how to do that until I was, you know, a little older. My prayer got better when I was a little older. What else? Do I still have goals? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If all goes well, I will be going back and forth between my home and Midwest, and either Toronto or London.
Okay, so you used to live in Toronto.
Well, no, I live in Chicago.
Oh, in Chicago. Okay.
But I want my job to take me between Toronto and London. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So those are my goals, to be bi-coastal, tri-coastal, if you will.
Okay.
You know, so, and I'm working on that, and that is very close. Perhaps within the next year. So
Okay.
I'm really happy about that.
Good.
I am in a STEMish career, without giving too much away. Let me see. What is the secret to maintaining myself? Oh wait, before I answer. Oh, also other goals. All right, ladies, financial goals. That's something too. I think too often we don't think about financial goals. We think, oh, I'll just wait till I get married. I'll just wait. Don't do that. My father, thank the Lord, he told me, buy something first, buy a small little condo first, which I have. You know, I have a condo. You know, he's like, you know, something nice, but nothing too grandiose. You know, and you live in that, and then, you know, you get married, you move in with him. You don't sell your place. So if the marriage goes left, you can just go back to your place. You know?
That's true.
And you use your place as an office, or you can rent it out, to students or something like that. I mean, grad students, not undergrads, Jesus. But you know what I'm saying? So I learned. Luckily, I had that as a parent. But yeah, don't wait to get married. And ladies, please don't move a man in your house. I'm so sick of that. Cerebral. Every time I see that, I want to vomit.
Yeah, taking care of
Can
them.
Can I give you an example?
Go ahead.
A cousin of a friend of a friend. Lord bless her, she bought a nice multi-unit place, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, she had one woman that was on Section 8, I don't know how many kids, a lot of kids. And some man that wasn't on the lease, right? Well, they were really kind of raucous, and so she does inspections. And so it's like, okay, she comes in, and, he's not on the lease. She's at work. It's 10 a.m., and there's like, blunt wrappers all over the floor and everything. And she's like, y'all gotta go. You either add him to the lease, you gotta go. So she leaves and moves in down the street with a woman, with her sister, who has 5 kids. And it's just like, you know what I'm saying? And the man that she was with moves in with them. And her man. So it's like, I don't know, 15 people in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. I'm tired of women moving. Stop moving. And I know it was Section 8 and everything, but we know some of them women don't have the self-esteem or whatever. I see women with great careers and money moving men in their place. Stop that. If he doesn't have some place for you to move, stop it. If he don't have some place for you to move, do not marry him. You know what I'm saying? Just be a boyfriend, or just be girlfriend, boyfriend, and y'all go back and forth between your two places. But please don't. Good God, it's like you are not the housing authority. You don't provide housing.
It's dangerous.
Because that will impact your financial goals. You know what I'm saying? Your money is yours. Women already don't make enough. We already are at a disadvantage. We don't, so no, whatever you make, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Whatever you make, whatever properties you own, including rental properties or anything your granny left you or your granddaddy left you, that's yours. Okay, that's not his. And he has no say over it. Don't say, because some men will try and get slick and be like, because I've seen this happen. Oh my God, to smart women. And they'll be like, oh, I'm selling my properties that I have and we're buying a house together. Okay, and then when you break up, you have to sell the house. Guess what? The house that you bought with him is now gone. And the houses that you had before him are now gone. No. Stop that. He is not the housing. You are not the housing authority. He is to provide. Okay? He's the one that needs to provide. But I've never had those problems. I've always dated guys with their own place, with their own home. It seems like men from other cultures outside of America are taught this from birth. So do with that information what you will.
It can be hard getting rid of them too. You try to break up with them, they living in your house, they refuse to leave. Like, hell, I get mail here. You just can't kick me out.
Right. They'll use all types of tactics, and that's it. That's just it. If they try to ask you, do you own your own home? Like I rent. If they try and get up all in your business too early, shut that down. If they keep asking, keep prying, let them go. Because they're looking for, these men are hypergamous these days, and that's not their place. They are the ones that should provide. I don't care how much you have coming into the marriage. They should provide. That's not your job to give somebody housing. What else, Cerebral? And your business. Please make sure your business is not his name, or you try to, what is it with the women that marry these men and they become, you don't have to be saying, if you got it like that, you need a matchmaking, hire a professional matchmaker, pay $1,000, $1,500, and get a matchmaker. But stop these opportunists. They smell blood in the water. All that money won't keep you warm at night. Yes, it does. It actually keeps me very warm at night.
I agree. Give me a second. I think, let me see if it's disconnected.
Sure.
Give me a second. Hopefully it didn't. Okay, no, it's still live. Thank you, God. Okay. We are
Cool.
still
All right,
live.
that's what's up.
Okay. So
Yeah, Monique. Somebody put Monique in the chat. Yeah, her too. It's like, oh my God, like really.
I think these women, they rather do that than interracially date. They rather settle with any black man they can find and make him a job, give him a job. You need a job, baby. Okay, we're gonna say you my manager. I mean, you position, and now
And that's so dumb.
and it's disastrous. All of them,
And I hate to say it, what do they all have in common? They're all Generation X, except B. Smith. B. Smith was a boomer.
Oh my goodness.
But all of them are Generation X. Now that's where we went wrong. I will own up to that. But we were told dumb stuff too. I always get on my generation about doing stupid things. But I digress. But please don't follow our mistakes. Please don't. What else? Wait a minute. What is your secret to maintaining yourself?
Mm-hmm. What's your beauty secrets and everything?
Oh, for sure. Okay. Well, I have to give credit to my mother, who was always doing facials, and when I came of age at 18, that became a part of my regimen. I took better care of my face and my hair at one point when I was in college. But yeah, always facials. Never really had a problem with acne, but I don't have a problem with dryness. So moisturizing, being in a cold climate, you have to moisturize, wrap up. Ladies, if you live in the north, you live in a cold climate, make sure you're like bundling up, because windburn is real. It's bad as sunburn. Also too, you can still get sun damage in the winter, because if it's snowing and the sun bounces off the snow, that's bad too. So wear your sunscreen, or wear your protective foundation, or whatever little layer, of sunscreen in the winter. Vitamin D. Vitamin D is essential. If you live in a climate in the north and you don't get a lot of sun in the wintertime, vitamin D is essential. I've been taking a multivitamin all my life. Our mother started us on cod liver oil capsules when we got to school age. So I've been taking that forever. Cod liver oil. Oils are good omega 3.
Cod liver oil. Okay.
Capsules. I don't do the raw fish. I do the capsules, so I never taste it.
Okay.
What else? Let's see. My facials, massages, like the other woman said, called. She gave some excellent. Both of the ladies gave some excellent advice. Once you reach the big 40, you lose muscle mass. So massages are essential. Strength training. I highly recommend strength training. Light weights, a lot of reps. Okay? That's what you want to go for. So like your 8-pound weights, maybe do a 5-pound kettlebell, 10-pound kettlebell, If you don't know how to work them, definitely get some help at the gym, maybe hire a personal trainer or something like that for a while, so it can put you on a regimen. What else? Walking. I find that people that drive, sitting is the new smoking. So walk. And that has a lot to do with leveling up and living in a good neighborhood where the walkability scores are great. Because you want to be able to walk to the market. You want to be able to walk, places. You want to be able to do that. You don't want to always have to drive.
What do you drink? Do you drink smoothies, or with the kale and spinach and mangoes?
Oh, I do. Oh, yes. So I do. I make my own smoothies. I use a hemp protein powder and spirulina.
I heard
about that. And so I mix that with kale Mango, watermelon, and pineapple. So that's one of my protein drinks. And remember, ladies, you should, especially after 40, you start and please add protein. If you want to lose weight, increase your protein. And that's one way of increasing your protein is natural protein powders. So I do that. A lot of and my siblings and we swear by this. Berries, blackberries, raspberries, strawberries, watermelon. Those are omega. Those oh gosh, what are those? Those are antioxidants. So that's one reason people still think I'm in my 30s. I'm like, no, no.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, people. I'm close to Gabrielle Union's group. Okay, and people still think I'm in my 30s. Yeah, and I'm like, no, but those antioxidants, the facial exercises, that's really crucial. For women, if you're in your 30s losing weight, you have a lot of elasticity. If you're in your 40s, you kind of lose a little elasticity. So, my thing is, moisturize. You've got to maintain a great weight because that can cause you problems after 40. Because 40 is kind of like that last decade that you have to get rid of that. Because 50 to 70 is the minefield. That's when all sorts of things like cancer and other issues can really catch you, and you don't want that. So, I'm looking at like Ernestine Shepherd. You had her on your screen. She's 84 years old. She's a bodybuilder. She looks great. That woman looks barely she looks like she's in her 50s. Okay, and she's 84. But that's because of that strength training. So I highly recommend strength training. There's a book. I can't remember her name, but she was a doctor. She started strength training at 52. She looked better at 52 than she did at 26. I bought that book in my 30s.
I'm telling you.
I'm like, you ain't gotta tell me twice.
Some of the women's pictures I've shown up here, they do the training, the lifting. I showed that 84-year-old woman up on here. I mean,
yeah.
Plus, not only that, when you're losing weight, you won't have as much loose skin if you start, lifting those weights. So it gets everything right.
And when you come down, there's a wonderful woman that I met on a trip who's in her 40s, and she lost some weight and had the skin cut off. She had tummy tuck. So, once you lose the weight, and there's loose skin, you get tummy tuck. Don't be ashamed. That's what it's there for. Surgery. Yeah. We live in a modern age, and surgery is wonderful. So, trying to think what else. Let's see, food. And food is most of the battle. You can be active, but food is most of the battle. I do those little protein, Premier Proteins, those protein drinks. When you're feeling like, if you're doing intermittent fasting, have one of those. Or if you want an afternoon snack, have one of those.
It's hard. I eat healthy and I eat junk food. It's hard. Some days, what's weird is that when I tell myself this is it, I'm not eating any more of this cake and soda. No. Then I want to eat more than I ever have. I go crazy because I think my mind is telling me it's over. I can't have it no more. So.
Oh no, you have to eat in moderation. No. You don't punish yourself for cake. Oh no, honey. I had a wonderful black woman bake me an elderflower liqueur cake for my birthday. Oh my God, I tore into it. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But don't. Here's the deal with cake. Okay, with cake, buy slices. Don't buy the whole cake. You feel me?
Okay. Well, that's what I do I get it from Walmart sometimes. Those little cakes they sell.
Or Whole Foods. Go to Whole Foods and get their cake slices. Go to your French. If you have a French bakery in your area, go and get their cake slices because they're made of better ingredients. Okay. When I was in Paris, because I go to Paris 3 times a year, I think I told you that on the last call. I eat their stuff. Well, for one, it doesn't have GMOs in it. Okay, but number two, they make their stuff so rich that you're once you have it, it's like, oh, okay, and you're done. Like you're not craving for it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, I want you to graduate to the $10 piece of cake at the French bakery. I want you to grab, you know what I'm saying? That's where you go, and it's not so much about the size of the slice so much as it is the quality of the slice. Because if you go to the W, that's not a really great. That's not great. That's not quality. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You definitely gotta, if you want cake, you go to a bakery. You go to a bakery and get cake, a real bakery, or you go to a French bakery and get cake, or you go to, an artisan bakery and you get their cake. You know what I mean? That's what you do. Yeah, I mean, cake is wonderful, and also too, try different types of cakes. Try the gluten-free cake, okay? Because if you're diabetic or what is it? If you have Crohn's disease, something like that, maybe you want to do the gluten-free cake.
Now, listen, I do have diabetes, and I do eat a sugar-free cake by Pillsbury, which is really, really good.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Another good sugar substitute. You can make your own frosting with it. It's called monk fruit sweetener. I do believe it is. It's sugar-free powdered monk fruit sweetener. Use that to make frostings. And I think that's approved for diabetics.
It's hard though.
That's approved for diabetics.
Well,
it's not necessarily hard because remember, you don't want to starve yourself or deny yourself things. What you want to do is because you can reverse. Are you type 2? Take
yes.
pill?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's reversible, honey. You're young. That is so reversible. Do you see a nutritionist, Cerebral?
No, and the thing is my weight. Someone made a video trying to diss me about how my weight keep fluctuating, but that's because sometimes if it's out of control, then I start losing the weight the bad way. Then I get it right, then I gain the weight, or it's back and forth because I have in the pantry my healthy stuff, but then I also splurge weekly on the stuff I shouldn't have. But it's just hard because you can't eat the good food is fattening, the good stuff, the flavor.
Right.
I have changed some things up though, like I eat cauliflower rice now,
Okay.
instead of regular rice.
I'm eating cauliflower rice tonight.
I mean, it's good. It is good.
Yeah. But I use the blend from Trader Joe's, and I put with the peas and peppers and carrots in it. Not peas and peppers and corn, and then I put onions in it. I put shallots. I put other veggies that I like in it. You know what I'm saying, to spruce it up. Don't look at. I don't want you to think in terms of lack. You feel me? And don't pay attention to these clowns talking about your weight, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We have fat around our belly because we're supposed to have children. So whatever. You know what I mean? They can kick rocks. You know
what's weird though? I gotta say this. I am not fat, especially being 5'9". But these black men online, they used to what they're calling fat now. They used to like. It's weird. I don't know what standard. Listen, in Hollywood, a number of the standard used to be a size 8. Then it went to a 6. Then it went to a 4. Then it went to a 2. Now it's a fucking 0. Them women, some of those women are skeletons. A size 0. Do you know how tiny that is? You can see their spinal cords. So now these black men. I mean, there are white men that like curvier women. That's more in style now. Black women, of course, had that first, but Kim and Kylie and them made it more popular, and these Instagram women. But it is known that some of their standards, what they consider to be a normal weight sometimes is very skinny, and black girls sometimes have more butt or titties, more developed. And when these black guys are coming down on black girls' weight, talking about the FDC or something, or you ain't meeting the standards, I'm like, well, who's? Don't get me wrong, I do think that sometimes what some black people say is thick or curvy is she will be obese if she just gained 10 or 20 pounds.
Sure.
But
Sure.
I don't know. It's like, do they want us to be crackhead skinny or I mean,
I really don't care.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I don't care. I don't care like that, you know, because other races of men, I didn't have a problem getting attention from them. But this whole weight shaming thing, I've noticed there has been a huge increase this year of them doing that. And the weird thing is that a lot of them are fat too. That's what I don't get.
Oh yeah,
So,
honey, have you looked at men who are over 40?
child, oh my God.
They're huge, and they don't have estrogen. What is their excuse? Hot Cheetos and cheeseburgers. No, thank you. Okay.
There was a video, I think it was Cynthia G, this guy talking crap. He had the new thing is face tattoos. He had all these face tattoos. He had a nose ring. He was a hot mess. And I keep seeing this on here. These men who look a hot mess, like you could never get my number. And they really think I don't know what is going on. I don't know if black women, the complaining has made them think that we all want all of them or begging for all of them. Some of them really believe they look incredible and they look a mess. And always talking about our weight, but yet when I see them with women not black, a good portion of the time these women are fat. So it's just weird.
Well, Kitten Heels started that. So anytime you hear that, you need to run. And or you need to ask them, I'm sure you want to pay my gym membership? We can go to the gym together. Let's go to the gym together. Quickest way to shut that noise down, tell them you want to go for a run together. Watch how they'll do an about face. Okay? So, yeah, they'll do an about face. They'll do an about face. So, Cerebral, really, honestly, I don't know what your situation is dating. You don't have to comment, please. But, if you want to see real men, go to Toronto. Go to someplace in Canada. Go to Quebec City. Go to Montreal. Go to Paris. I told you about Paris. Yes, they do have clothes for full-figured women. Pretty unique, Monoprix. The Gallery Marché, HMV, or HVM. I can't remember. BVH. BVH is the big department store. Yeah, I mean, you get what I'm saying? Travel. Get out of the country. Because believe me, Black American men, what they talk about on YouTube, that is not the real world. Okay. There's some way they're always talking crap on their mother's internet, in their mother's basement, or their baby mama's basement. It's like, please, next.
There are so many videos here that I keep seeing black women moving to Russia, to Turkey, to Sweden, and they are so happy and that they didn't think they would be, but when they got there, they were. And I think it's a great thing. Some are moving to Japan and just all over the place, and I think it's a good thing. Black women, you can be happy.
The quicker we leave this country, the quicker you'll see the black community fail. Okay, because it's black women who are holding it together and who are holding it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm dead serious. Go to France, even if you got to go in the late winter. Remember, they don't have winters like Midwest winters. Okay, their winters are mild. All right.
Okay.
But yeah, go abroad. And I'm telling ladies in the chat, go abroad. Please don't take a man. Go with your sister, go with your classmate, female classmate. Leave these men at home. Okay? Leave these men at home. We don't bring, my mom said, do not bring sand to the beach. Okay?
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, I guess this segues into what would I tell younger women?
Mm-hmm.
Get an education. or trade or skill, something that you love or that you're passionate about, okay? Because that will make you money, regardless of whether you get married or not. Vet the men that you are hanging around, but also vet the women. You do not want toxic women around, because toxic women they will be stuck, as they'll keep you down. So it's like, nope. You see somebody making fun of you, college education ain't all that. Okay, bye-bye. You don't want to be around people like that. You don't want to be around people like that. Jennifer Way was saying go to France in October or April. It feels better. Yeah, oh my God. Cerebral. I've been there all 4 seasons. She ain't lying, okay?
I probably would go in
She ain't lying. And
October.
it's cheaper. It's actually cheaper in October. It's cheaper in April. So.
Perfect weather, probably.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The weather's good. The weather's good. Also, study abroad. Study abroad. For all the women contemplating going back to school and maybe getting a master's or finishing their bachelor's or something like that, study abroad, because those men sitting in those university classrooms like American Black women, okay? The people that you meet over there, and it's men and women, you have those friends for life, okay? You will have those friends for life.
They're probably excited, like, wow, I hear about America, the Black people in America, and I finally am meeting a Black woman.
Right.
You're representing for us when you're out there, so they're gonna be curious about who you are and representing and everything like that. And
absolutely.
You can tell them about your experiences, and you both learn about each other. So I'm sure it's really cool.
And also, there's some women in the chat that people study abroad, getting education is profitable. I mean, it's quiet as it's kept. A lot of the European universities is cheaper than America. Okay? I'm just saying.
Yes.
I'm just saying. So, you definitely, I come back to this country and I see what's happening online, with American Black men. I just shake my head, because I'm so glad I am mentally divested from all of this BS. Okay? Seriously. But do seriously, study abroad, go to Latin America, go to Europe, go to Africa. Ghana's really nice for Africa, oh my God. What else? What else will I tell younger women? Okay, if you want to get married, put yourself in the best situations. Yes, you can date online, but you have to be really snooty about the zip code, or the neighborhood. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to be online, if you're going to be on these apps, it's better to be on the apps in first world countries overseas. Okay.
Okay.
It's much better, because here, if I go out in Chicago, I know where to go in Chicago. I go to places where Pookie can't afford to go. Okay, I'm gonna just leave that there, and it's easy to do that, because the racial divide as well as the class divide, it is very clear here. All right,
a lot of Black women, young and older, a lot of them have this urge deep within to escape. But a lot of them feel scared. A lot of them feel trapped. They think about, oh, my family's in America. But yet you might not even be close to them. Or they think, if I go there, I might get killed. They're going to all hate me, or they just won't open up to the thought of it. And sometimes you just might end up more happier in a different country. And I know I've heard people say, hell no, America is where it's at. You take your butt over another place. Why do you think everybody's trying to come here? And that is true, that there is more freedom in America. But I've seen the stories of some of these Black women. They said they're really happy. They're at peace.
Extremely happy. Extremely happy. And keep in mind, Black women are everywhere in the world. We are doing a damn thing. We're teachers. We're in government. We're in the military. We're running businesses. I'm telling you, Cerebral, black women are everywhere. You know? There are online groups for sisters in Europe, black women in Europe. There's sisters, you know what I mean? But you don't have to be, you don't have to go over there and there's nobody, before, I went, my first trip to France was before social media ever happened, right? I was in college and, I met black people from other places in the world. It's like, okay.
And what happened? Did they think you assumed things about where they were from, or
Mm-hmm. Well, see, they were educated. So when you're university educated, you don't make those assumptions. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to talk about stereotypes, but never, ever. There are some rich Africans overseas, okay? And you're well-to-do Africans overseas, well educated. I mean, seriously. I met like African entrepreneurs in Paris. They own businesses, shops. I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Well, I know
Australia is interesting.
I definitely don't want to leave this earth without seeing more of the world. It's just
exactly.
I just feel it feeds the soul,
It does. And so even if you got to do a semester abroad, just do a semester abroad. You know what I'm saying? Just do a semester abroad. It'll change your life. You can still do YouTube, sweetie. We'll still listen to you on a different time zone. You know what I'm saying?
You could also I could do, or anyone could do the au pair. The au pair. I hope I'm saying that right.
Yes, ma'am. You know who did that when she went to France?
Who?
The white actress Kristen Scott Thomas, the English actress.
What
she was an au pair. The English Patient. Remember her?
Okay, I heard of that movie. I know I've seen her face. I just probably didn't.
Yep, she was the lead. Yep. She did that. She was an au pair.
I actually was looking at that the other day because I was curious, and a lot of that is in France, Sweden,
yes.
and
Italy.
Italy.
Do you have your degree? Do you have a degree?
I don't answer those questions. I've been asked that.
Hold
on, I got reasons though.
No, I understand.
I don't.
understand. Okay, so don't answer that. But here's the thing.
And I don't say where I live.
Even if you have some college, you can teach English abroad. Okay, sis?
Yes, I'm listening.
I'm just saying. You ain't got to have your degree. You can teach English abroad. So, just, the fact that you're intelligent, and all you have to do is take a certification, okay?
Okay.
There's some people in this chat I know that have, maybe taught English abroad or something like that. You can do it online. That could be your start, and then you can, when everything opens back up, and then you can go over and teach. Okay.
There was
and they make like $15 an hour, $20 an hour, sitting on the computer teaching English. Hello.
It's so much now, because the online thing is the future.
Not box yourself in. The world is the black woman's oyster. You hear me?
You know what? It's like some people are trying to bring us down, but we are getting better and we're rising still.
Well, you know why they're trying to bring you down, because they're frightened that you're going to leave and not come back. And see, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's just like, that's why all these channels are popping up telling you ain't nothing and, you're too big and this, that, and the other. Please, kill that noise. Kill that noise. It is noise, okay? It is absolute foolishness and noise. Okay? Kill all of that. Okay? Do you remember Nell Carter? The actress?
I know that lady. I have heard of that name. I know I've seen her face.
She was a woman of size and stature, okay? And she had not one but two white husbands. Rich, foreign. Okay? Yeah. I'm just saying.
You know, Grace Jones.
Yep. Her too.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of who else. Shit. There's a couple more. Rose, shout out to Rose in that chat. I see you, Rose.
Oh,
Rose,
yeah, she's dropping the gems, honey.
Rose, I love everybody in here, but Rose, I can feel your energy through the chat. So what I'm gonna do?
My advice.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Stop listening to men online talking crap. Okay, there's a whole world out here that you don't know about, that they can't tell you about, because they're stuck at home in their mama's, boyfriend's, whatever basement. Okay. You know, stop listening to Ken Hills and his disciples, okay? Because they're not going to tell you the truth. Ignore them. Start finding circles online for sisters who live abroad. You know, you want to go, you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know, start, when you do meetups, when you go abroad, do meetups. Do meetups with American expats. With Black American expats, Black Canadian expats, okay?
I swear, I get excited when you call because you have so much, I can feel it, I hear it, experience, and I love it. You get me excited about living.
Thank you, and you should be. You're a beautiful girl, you're intelligent. It's just like, honey,
thank you.
Like, you know, like I said, don't let a dress size stop you from living your life, okay?
They're not.
Don't let a dress size stop you from living your life. You know, you keep eating that cake, but you eat that $15 piece of cake. You feel me?
Yes. Yes.
Or you get a private chef. You know, you get one of these culinary students to make you a bomb cake, a small one, cut it up into pieces, put it in the freezer. That's for diabetics, honey. Okay?
Okay.
There are a lot of Black women in culinary school that are doing absolutely amazing things. Okay?
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes.
You know, don't deprive yourself of anything. Go to your nutritionist and let her know that you want to reverse your diabetes, right? They'll help you. They will help you. Since you're in your 30s, you please. Do you know by the time you get to 60, the average age will be 90 as far as for lifespan.
Okay.
You feel me? It's at 80 right now. And there are tons of people I know that are living into their 90s, okay? I have relatives, several relatives that have lived to be like 95, 96, 100, okay? But these women were also they had great marriages, they had great careers, they followed their passion. You get what I'm saying? They didn't take any crap off men, okay? The men had to come correct. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got so much time on this earth. You know what I mean? Like, just, you know, somebody's commenting on monk fruit sweetener in the comments. I'm telling you. You know, sis, if you don't cook it yourself, get somebody else to cook it for you. Okay?
I'm interested in learning how to cook tofu.
You should. But also sugar substitutes.
Oh yeah, I do that now. Like I've been incorporating the healthier stuff to my diet. I just struggle, you know, still eating the bad stuff. It just tastes so good. But
no. Listen, I like potato chips, right? They're bad for you, but guess what? I get the kit size. And I only buy 1 or 2 bags at a time, because guess what? When I want something, now I gotta go back out and eat it. You think I'm going back out in 20-degree weather to get a bag of chips? Absolutely not. You feel me?
Yeah, I just, I have popcorn. Supposedly that's good for diabetics. They can have that. So.
Yeah, popcorn's good. But I want you to get a nutritionist. I don't want you to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to do this by yourself. I went to a nutritionist. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I have fibroids. It's just like, okay.
Oh, Lord.
What do I need? And I got them successfully removed. I still have my uterus.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? I froze some of my eggs too. Ooh, that's another thing. Free some of your eggs. Free some of your eggs.
Isn't that like $20,000 though?
You can finance that, honey, just like surgery.
Okay.
Yep. Once upon a time you couldn't, now you can. Yeah. Make these men work to have access to your womb. Okay?
All right. I'm gonna look and see if I have. I'm gonna write your number down because I definitely want to talk to you on some future video topics coming up real soon. Let me hold on. As a matter of fact, hold on. Give me a second. And thank you, Cynthia, for the Cash App. Okay, give me one quick little second. Oh Lord. Okay, somebody calling in. Let me write their phone number down. Give me
Okay. I won't take up too much of your time, sir. I just, every woman in here, I don't care what you weigh or whatever. A nutritionist will save your life. A nutritionist will save your life. Find out what you're allergic to. Increase the antioxidants. Increase the omega-3 in fish oils. Eat a lot of fish.
Oh, I love it. Some salmon.
Yep. 400 degrees, 10 minutes. That's most fish. Okay.
Really quick, I'm not gonna say your phone number, but your area code it starts with a 77.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And dark magic woman.
Dark skin gentlewoman.
Dark skin. Sorry, I told you I'm tired now, but I'm not getting off here tonight.
No, it's all good.
Okay. So I think
you can get that, sweetie. If you have medical insurance, you can get that's included.
Okay.
You can get nutrition. Okay.
Oh,
I had to do that. So that thing was throwing just my whole, metabolism off. My metabolism was off. I'm just like, okay, what the? I got a nutritionist. Okay. I had to increase my healthy proteins and decrease the carbs. You know what I'm saying?
Do you eat couscous?
I do. I eat
Okay.
couscous. I eat what's that other stuff? Oh God, it's in my cabinet. Hold on. It's another grain that I eat.
I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna do a video soon. I'm gonna show y'all some of the healthy stuff I eat.
Okay. Quinoa. I do quinoa.
Okay.
Quinoa is really good, and you can spice that up like rice. And it's a sprouted food, so it's good for your for your pH balance.
Oh yeah, I've had that. I would put chicken broth instead of water.
There you go.
In that.
But speaking of broth, you know what else is good?
No.
Bone broth. Bone broth is good for the skin.
I have heard that, but I have never had bone broth.
Put some chicken bone broth in your quinoa, honey. But then you can also just, eat that as a soup. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Jennifer was saying quinoa is very good. It's better than white rice. It is better than white rice. I tend to stay away from white rice and white flour, okay? And portion control with the quinoa, that's portion control. So cerebral, if you cook like a cup, it'll give you 2 or 3 cups. You only need a half a cup to eat. All right? So you don't have to really cook a lot of it, all right?
Okay.
So, unless you meal prep it. Now, if you meal prep it, and, you want a third of a cup to a half a cup, no more. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
Damn, I just got to say this. Y'all are amazing. That's all I got to say.
Get fitted for a shoe. Get fitted for a good athletic shoe. Okay? Even if you just walk, get fitted for a good athletic shoe. Okay, because everybody's foot and gait are different. All right. Go to a runner store and tell them you want a good walking shoe that you can, maybe do a light jog or a fast walk in. Okay.
All right.
You like swimming, cycling?
I love swimming. I love it.
Really? Burns a lot of calories, honey. Stay in that pool. Stay in that pool. Because you know what? As you get older, your joints don't like impact. It's a low impact, high calorie burning sport. Stay in that pool, Cerebral. Stay in that pool.
Okay.
Invest in a food scale. Somebody else said invest in a food scale. Yes, invest in a food scale. You don't want to do no more than 4 ounces of meat at a time.
You know what?
Weigh out your portions.
Like I'll look at the YouTube videos, the healthy eating stuff, and shit. I even said I was gonna try to go do a raw food diet. Them raw vegans. I said, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Right.
But I thought about it.
You miss what you miss cake. You'll miss what you love, and it's not for everyone. You know what I'm saying? Also, too, go to a nutritionist, find out your blood type, find out what's best for your blood type. Okay.
Okay.
Fish and lamb are best for my blood type. Okay. Chicken really does nothing. Pork is awful for me. I gave up pork when I was a teenager.
Okay. I did that. I gave up pork for about 2 years before. This guy I was talking to, he scared me about pork, and but yeah.
But if you like bacon, do duck bacon or turkey bacon.
Okay. Yeah, I've had turkey bacon. I just I put oil in the pan because it gets kind of dry. So.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I definitely I want to go. I want to eat better, and I want to start weightlifting. I do, Or I'm gonna go. I said I'm gonna start going for more walks in the morning time.
Do that. The weight training book is Dr. Joyce. I cannot remember her last name, but it's weight training made easy. She's an older woman on the cover. She's an older white woman. Her body is ripped, just like Miss Ernestine. That you have up here. Okay.
All right, Dr. Joy.
Yeah.
So.
Dr. Joyce. I can't remember her last name though, but if you type in Dr. Joyce and then weight training made simple, it'll come right up. And it's a workout specifically for women and specifically for women who are older, but you can do it too. As a young woman, you can do it too.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Also, Rose in the chat, is that Gray? It sounds kind of weird, but Gray Sheeters, is that a Facebook group? Let me know in the chat if that's a Facebook group. So, okay, dark-skinned gentlewoman, I thank you for your call, and I'm gonna call the last person of the night. So. You got it, babe. All right.
Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for bringing up this topic.
You're welcome.
Don't believe the hype. Getting older is a whole lot of fun.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Take care, baby.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh. Okay. Let me put the number down. Hold on. Let me hold on. Phone line. I'm gonna call someone back. Yes, these women look good for their age. Okay, so give me a quick little second. A 513 area code. Okay. Hello?
Oh, hey, Cerebral. Hi, lady.
Hi. Hello. I'm calling you back. You were the last call of the night.
Oh, great. Yeah, it's me. It's Black and Bougie. That lady, she had such a wonderful wealth of information. That was beautiful. It was awesome.
Black and Bougie. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, so.
I love you guys.
Thank you. That girl. Okay, this is going to be so good. Oh my God. Okay. So are you repping for the 40-year-olds, the 50-year-olds, the 60-year-olds?
I turned 40 in December, and when I tell
Okay.
you, I was like, oh no, I can't believe this. And my family was out joking to me, like, hey, sis, you're 40. Like, I don't know, like, I didn't feel good about it. I don't know, it's crazy because you're happy to live longer, but you feel like, oh no, like, I'm getting old. Like, I don't know. I didn't, I'm learning to be grateful now, that I've reached this age. But it was very tough, though. I learned to embrace it.
So were you going through a life of depression?
Well, I didn't know that I was depressed when I was in my marriage. Like, I just felt like, oh, I'm tired of him. He's getting on my nerves, kind of thing. But it was more than that. I was clinically depressed. But you don't know it because you're there, you're living in it.
Okay.
And it was crazy because I was looking back on pictures, like when I had first met him, like, I looked so vibrant and radiant. Like, it was crazy because I would look on pictures when we first met, like when we would be on yachts. And I mean, of course, they weren't our yachts. We were renting them. But, like, we would, like, be on boats and we would be fishing. And, like, I would notice the way that I looked when we first met, like, and I would look really vibrant and amazing. And then I would look at the pictures, and then I would be like, wow, I'm starting to look not all that great. Like, it was crazy.
Girl, we all go through it.
Yeah, but, like, I always thought that I was pretty. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, of course, outside people told me, like, oh, you're beautiful or whatever. But, like, the more and more that I got compliments, like, in my younger years, I realized, that I was a bad motherfucker. Like, yeah, I really do look good or whatever.
Okay.
But, like, the older that I got, like, people stopped telling me that. And that's when I really, like, started, like, focusing on my looks. Like, I really, like, it was just so weird because it was like, wow, people are not telling me that I'm pretty anymore. Like, men are not trying to talk to me anymore. Like, it was really discouraging. And I realized because, like, me being with him, excuse me, I had, like, started gaining weight and being more, like, I've always been, like, this domesticated kind of woman who, always took care of my house and always wanted things to look nice. But it seems like I was, like, living for him. Like, living to be somebody's wife, and, like, I started neglecting my looks. Like, he would always, like, oh, go ahead and get your nails done and get your feet done and, get your hair done. Like, but it was still like, wait a minute, I still don't look like, I used to look better than this before I married you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Well, I don't know. Well, okay, did you gain weight or you just started?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did gain weight. And so it was like, no matter, like, what I did, like, it started taking away from my looks because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, of course, like our older sisters, or even like our heavier sisters, they still look good, if they're heavier or whatever. But, the way that my body used to look, I mean, I'm not, like, bragging or anything, but it was, more of an hourglass figure. Like, it was more of a, a dim, slick kind of, like, Coke bottle kind of thing. And now that I'm married, it's not a Coke bottle anymore. It's more like, oh, she's a cute little soccer mom. Like, oh, wow, people are not trying to talk to me anymore. Like,
That would be,
I
would feel bad too. Any woman would feel bad, but that sounds like the past. So what happened? You got back on top of yourself. What's going on?
Well, I mean, I had to because I realized that he was, like, aging me. Like, don't get me wrong, like, as a woman, you kind of don't care, like, when you're married, if men are trying to talk to you anymore because it's like, oh, I got a husband, you know how that stupid ass shit. But you know, if you're really into yourself and you care about how you look, you still care if men are looking at you or not.
Of course, yes.
And men weren't. Like, you know, men weren't. Don't get me wrong. I still had, you know, the run of the mill, like certain guys. I remember this guy, when my husband had sent me to get like a oil change and like a tune up and get my tires rotated at CarX. And there was this guy, like, and he had fixed the car. And then like a few weeks later, he was like, "You don't remember me? Oh yeah, you was a bad motherfucker. I remember you was in there. And this, like, what's up with you?" I was like, nothing. He was like, "Oh yeah, that's y'all problem. Y'all want to talk to a nigga that got a good job." And I'm looking like, what the fuck are you?
No, too much cursing. No cursing. Let's try not to curse. Just replace it with a different word. You can.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, he was like, "Yeah, y'all don't want to talk to nobody. Got a good job. That's y'all problem." Now, I'm like, "Yeah, that's gross. Like, I've never seen you before or whatever." He was like, "Yeah, because I fixed your car when your husband brought you up." I was like, "Okay, so if you think that I have a husband, then what? Like, are you like, oh, okay, gross." So, like, I just started noticing, like, run-of-the-mill men were trying to talk to me. So I was like, yeah, like, I'm really starting to lose myself. So, like, when me and my husband were separated, like, I had got on the keto diet because, like, I don't know, like, other stuff that I was trying, it wasn't really doing anything. Like, it wasn't, I don't know, I guess because I felt, like, deprived and stuff, and I just felt like I wasn't really, like I just always felt unsatisfied. And then it was like, they were taking it back to, like, you know, a carnivore diet, to where, like, you're eating all meat, only, you know, just even a few bit of vegetables, because what it is, your body, it's almost like a lion, you know, like a lion that eats all meat, like an apex predator. Like, you've never seen like an overweight lion or an overweight apex predator, because what it is, their body is metabolizing all meat. You know, and meat does not stick to you. Like, if as long as you're, like, doing something, and, like, your body metabolizes meat. Your body cannot metabolize carbs because it's artificial sugar. It shouldn't even, you know, be in your body. Like, I've listened to several people when it talks about, like, carbs and stuff, and they say, like, you know, like, carbs and sugar should be scheduled. It should be scheduled as like a class A kind of drug, or what, because it's almost like cocaine. Like, you know, like, you would think that, I'm not addicted to sugar and stuff, but try not eating bread and pasta for a day or two, and you will find out that you are.
Oh yes, you will go crazy.
Yes, you know, try not, because I'm not a big candy person, but, like, when I'm at work, and I really had to train myself out of this, like, I literally stopped taking change, single, you know, dollar bills to work. I literally stopped taking my debit card to work, because I knew that if I did that, I would go to a vending machine. Like, it was an addiction. Like, I never thought, like, people be like, "Oh, you're addicted to carbs, you're addicted to sugar." And I'm like, no, I am not. But yes, you are. Almost everybody in this country is addicted to carbs and sugar. That's why, like, you watch somebody do a video, and they'll make, like, a Alfredo or a jambalaya or whatever. And what's the first thing people say? "Oh, I love pasta. I can't wait to make me," because you love pasta, because you are addicted to it.
You know,
you can't help it.
When I did the Atkins, you get sick. You literally get sick. Even when you do keto, when you give up that, your body's like being on drugs. You go through a detox, you get bad headaches, migraines.
Yeah, you get angry. See, I did it. That didn't happen to me. Like, I didn't get bad headaches and migraines, but I did get irritated. Like, it was to the point to where, like, I literally went to Walgreens and I got every Atkins, like, candy on the. That's when I knew. Like, I was like, okay. First of all, bougie, you know, why you think you're this and you think you're that, You need to accept the fact that you are addicted to sugar. You are addicted because why are you in the store doing this? Like, I went on the Atkins, the Atkins shelf, and I bought everything they had. The damn the what is it? The York peppermint patty Atkins, the Atkins Reese cups. I needed something, and I never believed that I needed that. But I did. I was addicted to sugar. I know that I was. And it was so hard because I fell off and jumped back on the wagon so many times. I'm talking about I just fell off the other day and jumped back on the wagon. I don't even know how I'm going to shake this because I keep doing it and it's so hard.
Okay. It is.
So
I
like
mean,
all of us that are out here, because I feel in my mind that I need to lose 80 pounds. Like I was at the gym the other day, and this guy was like, "Oh, you can lose 50 and you'll be good." And I'm like, "Nah," because I just want to look like how I did when you know how people like, "Oh, I want to look like how I did when I was 20, and I want to look how I did when I was 19." No, I want to look how I did when I was like 32. There was something about my pictures when I was 32. I just looked it so damn good. Like I can't even explain it. Like you know how women would wish to be, like their early teens, late 20s. But I don't wish that. I want to look like how I did in my early 30s because I just looked so confident and my body was just so right. Like and I don't I just know that if I stop eating carbs, sugars, and potatoes, that I will because I've done it. I remember what is this? It's almost June. I remember in October, and my baby was turning 12, and I had lost like 7 pounds in 5 days strictly from not eating carbs.
wow.
Like literally, like, and I had got on the scale, and I'm like, this can't be happening. Like this cannot be. And I'm like, wow, okay, I'm gonna keep doing this. And so I kept doing it, and I kept doing it. Well, like an idiot, I went to my sister's Halloween party, and I just started eating Reese cups like a crackhead. Like it just makes you wonder why are we like this? Like why are we so addicted to stuff like this? Like like I basically overturned all of my work. Like I forfeited all the work that I had put in over some damn candy. That and that's why excuse me, like when like when you're a recovering addict, what do your sponsors say? Stop being around your friends
Yeah.
that do drugs. Like stop being but it's weird because like if my family is so like hard on me. Like if I don't come to something, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we didn't see you. Like, where were you?" And then I don't have the balls to tell them, like, "Well, I can't come because I'm not strong enough at this point to not eat this stuff."
What helped me when I lost like 14 pounds in 2 weeks, it would not have happened if I didn't meal prep. That will help you so much. And that's just,
Yeah.
just buy up everything. Okay. I would make maybe fish with cabbage or chicken with cabbage or something healthy. 3 healthy meals that could last a week, and then cook it in one day, everything, and put it all into Tupperware containers from the Dollar Tree, put it in the fridge. And I would make salads too and put them all in the fridge, and I would have fruit in the fridge. So every time I was hungry, instead of panicking like, "Oh, I'm hungry," just grab anything to eat, I would go right in the fridge, and everything healthy, no rice or any of that. It was already ready for me, and I would just pop it in the microwave.
Yeah. Because if it's not there, you are going to screw it up because like what I like to do, like I do like to do 3 different meats. Like I'll do like chicken and peppers, turkey and cauliflower. And ladies, don't get it twisted. We can eat cheese on this. You know what I'm saying? And that's the good thing about it. Like I love like sauces and stuff. So it's like I do me like some chicken and peppers and like with a sauce, like sour cream or something. Because I think that's what we're missing is the fat. Because we are a fat society. We are a fat country. You know what I mean? So if we're getting that fat, then we're not craving that sugar. You know what I mean? I don't know how anybody else, but I am ashamed because I never thought that I was addicted to any breads or sugar because like I would take my children to Olive Garden or like any like exclusive there's a restaurant here called the Old Spaghetti Factory and we would go there and I would just be like, okay, bring 2 pieces or 4 pieces of bread on the table because in my heart, I didn't want it. Like, I didn't desire, to have it. But then it's like after 3 or 4 days, you're like, oh my God, like, I really do want some bread. Like,
ooh, I love bread.
Like you can't help it. Like, like garlic knots and, like 3 cheese. And just listen to your voice, how you're saying it.
Do you like English muffins? English muffins with butter?
You know what? I do like English muffins, but it's something about like those Pillsbury buttermilk biscuits that are in the bag. You know how because remember they used to only have them in a can where you had to make all of them?
Yeah, I hated
that. Well, now they have them frozen in a bag.
Ooh.
So you can just take them out individually. Imagine working third shift as an LPN, passing out meds all night, and then you come home at 8:30, and you just want a breakfast sandwich dripping with scrambled eggs and bacon and cheese on. Like this is you need rehab. You need rehab. You have an addiction because you want it so bad.
I agree. When I went the last time I attempted a hardcore diet, no rice, no bread, nothing, only meat and vegetables. I told the story before. I called my mom. I told her I might not make it. I told her I was on the diet. My hands were shaking. My heart rate would start racing. I felt like I was about to fall out. Within 10 minutes after eating, I would feel like I was starving all over again. I said something wrong. I don't know. I don't know if I had might have had diabetes.
You know what? That's how keto flu, and that's crazy because I never went through that, so I don't even have an excuse. Like maybe I experienced the anger, like the irritation, because I was like, damn, why can't I just have something? But like I was talking to my coworker, and she's got keto down pat. I'm talking about she would because we take care of this lady, right? So like we have like all of our different foods in the refrigerator, and she was like, don't do it. Like, don't eat any chips. She was like, I'm gonna put like these cheese cubes in the microwave. I mean, I'm talking about this lady does not play. Like she's like way older than us, and she is like I remember when the pandemic first started. I mean, don't get me wrong, she was kind of chunky or whatever, but she wasn't like chubby or anything. And now she's like back to her regular size. Like she has so much discipline. And she was like, don't eat any chips. She was like, I found a good keto recipe for us. She was like, I'm gonna put these cheese cubes in the microwave. She's like, and I'm gonna microwave them. She's like, and they're gonna be just like cheese. And she was like, and we can eat them like chips. She was like, don't do it. And she did it. And it was like, wow, these are so good. Like, I mean, because it did like satisfy my cravings and stuff. But I'm so weak that I had like some change in my truck, and I went to the vending machine because I'm weak.
Well,
And I don't.
Oh, go ahead. No. When I
No,
started
go ahead.
when I started losing the weight, I felt so happy. I said, I'm gonna give myself a reward for this. I ate them cookies. Next thing you know, I couldn't stop eating the cookies and my diet was destroyed.
That's the thing. And they tell you, do not reward yourself with food. Because it's not. I'm gonna tell you what my coworker told me. She said once you do that, you blew it. You've blown it. You cannot reward. That's just like if we just got off crack. Are we gonna go smoke some crack? They'd be like, well, I ain't smoked no crack in 2 weeks. I'm about to go get me a bump. I'm gonna get me a little shot. No, you can never do this again. I mean, unless maybe, okay, let's be honest. Okay, Labor Day is coming up. I could see if we've been on keto for like all of May, then maybe we can kind of blow it on Labor Day. But you have to get right back on it. You can't, let this take control of you, because if you do, you're screwed. That's why, imagine, Cerebral. I've lost 8 pounds, 17 pounds, even 25 pounds on keto, and I've blown it. Simply because of my addiction to sugar. And the thing is, I've taken all the change out of my truck because I'm like, okay, well, if I'm really serious about this, I can't. But you know how you always want to have change in your car because it's like you're going to need it. But change in my car means me going to the vending machine while I'm at work. And I can afford to do it. You just can't.
Lord.
You just can't. So, like when you were saying like the meal prep and stuff, that's like my next step.
It
I'm
works.
Cook me like a big pot of turkey, a big pot of chicken and peppers, a big pot of like bacon and onions. Just something to where I don't feel like I have to come in here and eat a freaking biscuit.
It's the only thing.
Because when I get off from work, I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
It's the only thing that ever worked for me. That meal prepping. It's the only thing that helped. So because
if we don't do it, because we constantly keep. I remember when I used to be on keto, and like I would lose. Like keep in mind, like I'm like a soccer mom. I wear stretch jeans. Like those stretchy jeans. Like because I still try to be cute, even though I'm chubby. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care. Like I'm still gonna be cute. And I remember like my stretch jeans were getting really loose, and my ex-husband had picked me up to take our son to soccer practice, and he's a narc, so he's never gonna say like, "Oh, baby, you look good, you're losing weight or whatever." So I got in the car and we're kind of loose, and he was like, damn, baby, you want that in, like you want that, because he's too much of a coward, to say like, you look good, I can tell you're losing weight or." So he was like, you must have been waiting for daddy, like, look at you. And I thought in my mind, like, yeah, I'm losing weight. Like,
you know what? I wouldn't even tell my husband though. I wouldn't even tell my husband. I want to surprise him. He just noticed, baby, you losing weight. I'm like, maybe.
Yes. And then other people noticed it. I remember that I went to my great nephew's baby shower, and we were up there taking pictures. And my little sister was like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, "Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to."
It's okay.
She was like, "Oh shoot!" She was like, "Look at you." I was like, "Why you say that?" She was like, "Girl, please. You know what it is." She was like, "And you look good." Like it was like almost. And this is the thing. First of all, you can tell. First of all, if you okay, I'm 2 something. And like when you lose like 10 or 20, you can feel it when you get out of your bed. You know,
Yeah.
ladies, I want y'all to attest to this. When you, I don't care if you're 150 or 210, when you get out of your bed, you can feel like, damn.
Walking is easier. It's easier to walk.
It feels, yes, like just getting out of the bed and you stand up and then you put on your stretch jeans that you got from Torrid. And you know, the only reason you're buying stuff from Torrid is because you're fat now. I mean, let's be honest. You know, you didn't used to buy clothes from Torrid. You're just doing it now because you're big. So it's like so you're wearing this stuff and you're like, oh, because in your mind you're telling yourself like, oh yeah, I still look good, but you do have a fupa, and you know you do, sis.
Mm-mm.
You got your little fupa.
I hated when they made that up on Basketball Wives because they, you know, Drea and them had them flat stomachs. I'm like, you just insulted damn near 80% of all American women.
Don't get me wrong, I didn't like it either because even before I was overweight, I had a fupa because big bellies run in my family. I'm gonna tell you something, Cerebral. When I was little, me and my brother, and don't get me wrong, we were not starving or nothing. Me and my brother had distended bellies. You know, like African children. I mean, it wasn't horribly distended, but you know, we had distended bellies. Okay. And my doctor, our pediatrician told my mother because she needs to stop giving us vitamin D milk. You know, it had too much fat in it. That's why me and my brother had distended bellies. So we started drinking 2% when we were little, but I've always had like a little gut, even when I was like skinny. You know, and then I was always slim thick. You know, I've always had like, you know, a little. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't consider it chubby. I mean, in the 90s, it was just you thick. You know, even in the 2000s, oh, you thick. But then, like in the mid 2000s, it's okay, she's slim thick. But now, at 40, in the late 2000s, I know that I am chubby, borderline fat at this point. I'm not ashamed to admit it. You know, and the only people that don't believe that I'm fat are like old men who work at a car wash or mechanics or, you know, old dope fiends that just want to hang out with you and just, you know, black women, we have to, you know, up our shit so that we can look better to attract better men. Because I've noticed since I've been this size, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that high caliber men don't look at me and they don't say anything to me. But it's not the way that it was when I was in my early 30s and I was just slim thick with a moderately flat belly. Okay. You know, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't necessarily a fupa. I mean, I guess it would be a fupa, you know, in mainstream. Like if you're trying to be in King magazine or, you know, a reality show. You know, okay. According to like Portia and, you know, the Real Housewives of Atlanta, I guess I would have a fupa. I mean, because I don't have the 6-pack that these lovely ladies have here on the screen. But it wasn't, you know, a muffin top. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Black and Bougie, I have to ask you one question. Then, y'all, I'm going to bed. I think I'm going to do a part 2 to this in the very near future. What would you tell younger women?
About what?
Also, about, you know, any advice that you've learned in your life so far, and what goals do you have?
One thing that I can always instill in younger women is that being somebody's woman should never, ever be your life goal. If you Like when you work on yourself and you're like your best self, like the right man will come. But I don't want anybody to get hopes up on that either, because he may not, and you still need to be okay with being alone and being yourself. Really quick, my stepsister, who I admire. I mean, I don't even look at her. You know, we don't call each other step this and step that because she's always been my sister my whole life. I seen her mother at the dollar store when my nephew graduated, and she's 80. But she was walking so fast and she looked so youthful that I thought she was this girl that I went to school with.
Wow.
I mean, she looked it so completely beautiful that I thought that she was someone else. And I was like, hey, girl, like, how you been? It's me. She was like, what do you mean? I'm so-and-so. I said, what? I said, I haven't seen. I'm talking about this woman looked radiant. Like, she looked at like, you know, like the sun was shining down on her. She didn't look 80 years old at all. I mean, I literally thought that she was someone else. But ladies, I can say that you know, put yourself first. Worrying about how to get a man and all that, that's ridiculous, because one thing I can say, men are never ever worried about how they gonna get you. They don't care. Men, let's be honest. If you get on any manosphere channel, any you know, group chat where men are, they're talking about how to abuse you. They're not talking about how to get you, how to keep you, how to take care of you. None of that. They don't give a damn about you at all. They're worried about how they can get over on you. Excuse me. So as a black woman, your goal should be, how am I going to take care of myself and live my best self? I look at these women on the screen, and these women right here on my TV can go on any corner of this planet and pull any man they want. Believe me. When you talk about universal beauty right here, this is the standard. I'm sorry.
Okay, bring it. I need you to bring it. Bring it, Black and Bougie, before I go.
Because you got all shades, and then you got all hair textures, all body types, and all of them is completely flayed. You think this woman care about how to get some man? Look at these women. These women are somewhere worried about themselves eating their food. You know how people say, oh, you should have just sat down and ate your food. Well, guess what? They are sitting down eating their damn food. Not worried about some damn man. Look at these women. Please, black women, focus on yourself. The same men you're worried about getting, if they sitting around worrying about what they gonna do to you, how they gonna mess you over, how they gonna get you to bow down to them. Please, you are the mother of this planet. Why would you need to focus your life on trying to get someone whose sole existence depends upon you? Black women, give up. Give up, not on you, but on what's inferior to you.
All right. So,
I beg that you do that.
I thank you, everybody who called. Thank you all. And make sure if you're lurking or whoever's watching in the comment section, let me know if you want a part 2 to this. Let me know. So thank you, Black and Bougie. And thank you, everybody who called. Also, Rob, the Met Forum. Yeah, I took Met Forum, but a few months ago, they said that some of that was causing cancer. So I got scared and I stopped taking that. But, so, okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Hey, Lock Honey Princess, Mocha Mommy, and everyone. Dark skinned gentlewoman, Mrs. Reyes. Thank you. So I love this. This was fun.
That dark skin, yeah, gentlewoman. I appreciate her. Yeah, we need to focus on our health when it comes to eating and stuff like that, because that is what's keeping us youthful. Let's be honest. These women that are on the screen here, these women cannot possibly be worried about some dusty trash bag. There's no way. They look too youthful. They look too amazing. These women are not worried about anybody. Like, let's just be honest. They're just, regular old goddesses living their best life, living in luxury, while trash bags are whining. Oh, y'all don't want to submit. Y'all need to do what we say. It's gross.
All right, now. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave showing these pictures of the rest of the women one more time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sister.
All right.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, 50. 50 years old. That woman looks like she's at least 28 or something. I swear, Bianca, she doesn't get a lot of notoriety. She's an actress. She's been in the game for a long time. She looks the same as she did years ago. Same face and everything. '84. I mean, seriously. 84? See, sometimes you think it's not possible to look this good at 84. Yes, it is. And like many of the callers, weight training, lifting those weights, eating right, amazing. 57 years old. She works out. She eats right. She keeps herself looking good. As a matter of fact, give me one quick little second. Where is that picture? All right. She's lifting her weights. '59. Again, I'm like blown away. I'm really blown away. I would never, ever guess that this is a 59-year-old. 5'9". Beautiful. She's in her 50s. She is representing, looking beautiful, taking care of herself. Again, just because you are older does not mean you can still not represent, still feel sexy, still represent. Beautiful. Love is important in your heart and everything. Keeping that energy good, trying your best. Gorgeous. When I saw this woman's face, I said, this looks like a woman who, she could be maybe in her late 20s, who decided to go dye her hair gray. I mean, look at her face. There's not one damn wrinkle. Not only that, you know what they say, they'll say, look at the neck. The neck will tell you, look at her neck. Look how tight that neck is too. And there are people who will hate, but y'all know what it is. I don't have to say. Gorgeous. Beautiful. In her 50s. This woman looks so youthful compared to there are so many women who don't look as youthful as her. So if she's living her best life. I don't have to say much. I mean, seriously, I don't. This woman, she also works out. She loves on her Instagram, she loves to show off, her shape and keeping herself up. She has a lot of TikTok videos with her, you know, flexing her muscles and showing off her figure. But yeah, she looks great. 50 years old, 43, you know, still, keeping herself looking good. Still has the shape of a teenager. So, ladies, don't think that you can't be older and be fabulous. You have some people, I won't say their names, that will try to convince you that, oh, these black women just hit the wall. Excuse me, black women age amazing, especially when you were taking care of yourself. You know, one thing I noticed, the skin is so smooth, the face, the neck. Many of you, you know, on here still probably get carded, don't look your age. 56? If you saw her walking around your neighborhood, would you assume this lady is 56 years old? Because I definitely wouldn't. I would think she's at least in her damn mid 20s. Thank you, Black and Bougie. I mean, seriously. I don't know about you, but I would not assume this is a 56-year-old. 56, gorgeous. Her little curly fro is so cute. Looking great. Beautiful. She is living her best life. 43. A mother, as many of them, looking beautiful. Looks like a young woman simply who went and dyed her hair. But no, some of us, get silver hair faster than others. But, she's lived long enough on the earth to have some wisdom at 43. So she looks gorgeous. This lady is in her 50s. She is still a model, but she used to model back in the day. And she has the exact same face, just her hair color changed, you know. So she looks great. I love this photo. Looking fly. Shoot. If I become a grandma, I'm still gonna look fly too. Just because I get older don't mean I can't look cute no more, you know. This lady is also a model as well. Looking good. Okay. So yes, ladies, you can still and you are still fabulous when you get older. And don't let anybody tell you any different. Look at her. She's 75 years old. Simplicity, Temple, girl, you are gorgeous from that picture that I see. Gorgeous. Seriously. 75. There is no way I would think this is a 75-year-old. Look at her forehead. Look at how tight her forehead is and around her eyes. This doesn't look like no doggone 75-year-old. She's 57, looking gorgeous. I love this photo of her showing off in the red dress. She is still doing her thing. I remember when I was working at a clothing store, there were older women. I was really good at sales. I really was, buying the jewelry and all that other stuff and putting their outfits together. But some of the older women, they would say, Oh, I can't wear that. It's too short. I'm thinking, but the dress is right below your knees. Like what? You don't even have bad legs. It's not even above your knee. You don't have to. I mean, I understand about being age appropriate again. I understand that. But this is a grown woman. She had her kids and all that. She's grown. She's still got amazing legs. She still has amazing arms. She still has her shape. She's looking good. Okay? So it's not over for you just because you are, in your 50s and 60s and everything, and you can still be sexy, represent, do your thing. You can still have goals if you have other things you wanted to do in life that maybe you didn't get to do. So, yes. All right. So, this has been a really good live. I really am happy for all of you who came in, everybody who called. You know, sometimes you really do age like a good, fine wine and still can live your best life. But, like Empowered Selfishness TV said, you still want to take care of yourself now so that you don't have any problems when you get their age. When you get their age, you can still be healthy, to prevent some things. But sometimes, again, you can be a late bloomer. Sometimes you don't come into your own until a little bit later in life. Sometimes that happens. I believe, again, it's a little bit different sometimes for a woman. The situations we have eggs and all that other stuff. But as far as goals, that you actually are working towards and doing, learning how to cook something, or taking a cooking class, a salsa dancing thing, a class at college for something else you was interested in, pampering yourself, working out, lifting those weights, going on at hell. I don't know if the lady is a widow, maybe she got divorced or something, still looking good. You can still go out on a date. All of that. I will take this call. Even though this was supposed to be over, let's see who this is. Hello?
Hey there, is this Ramol?
Yes, I will give you 5 minutes because the show was actually at the end.
Oh, no,
But
that's cool. I'm outside walking, actually, getting my jog on, exercising, so it's perfect. I only got 5 minutes. But I just
be
wanted to say
careful,
I'm in
it's
my 40s.
late.
Oh, no, I'm good. I
Okay.
just wanted to say that, let me stop for a minute. That, I'm in my 40s, and it's not over, and I hate when, like, I've heard a content creator who is a woman, and she uses the term, hit the wall, like some of these other guys do, and try to put women in a box. And especially a woman shouldn't say that. Like, if you're coming from the standpoint of, you fell off, that's one thing. But to kind of say, you hit the wall and all this type of stuff, everybody's going to age. You know what I mean? That's just straight up. Everybody's going to age. And really, with women, we age, but we gain more value, become way more valuable as we get older. Hence, look to our grandmothers and our mamas and our big mamas, for that wisdom and that guidance. So it's never over. I'm in my 40s. I've had just today, this man is like, I'm taking you out. Where are we going? Are we going to lunch? We're going to dinner? This is what we're about to do. Okay? And so as long as you have breath in your body, okay, it's never over. You can't allow, and especially with these men as well, it's like their asses are going to age. They got pot bellies. They look like they had children. A lot of them are super crusty, like they never moisturized, or learned about, putting on some coconut oil or something, right? And but women, especially Black women, if you give them a challenge, we will crush it, right? I don't know who other women are around, but the Black women that I know, they're like, oh, game on. You know what I mean? If you're talking about, oh, lose weight or, I gotta grow out my hair or whatever. Black women, they'll be like, okay, challenge accepted, and we will kill that challenge. You feel me? So I just wanted to say that, and also say that, age is who said that you have to get wrinkles when you get older? Who said that you got to be walking with the cane, that you got to have high blood pressure, that you got to get a heart attack? That's a paradigm. And so you have to change that. How do you want to see yourself in your 40s, your 50s, your 60s moving forward, right? And then you chase that. But if you think and you believe that you're about to have some wrinkles, that's what's going to happen. So that's a paradigm. We were sold that. When you get older, that's what we were marketed. It was marketed. When you get older, you're about to have some wrinkles. You're about to look old and decrepit. And no, not at all. I choose not to believe that. I'm out here. I be running. Meanwhile, some of these 10-year-olds be walking, and stuff like that. And I'm with my son. I'll just tell you, I was with my son. We're driving in a car service. What is it? Uber or Lyft or whatever, one of them. And my son is like, Mom, well, let me tell you, my son said, Mom, he's talking to me. The car driver, he stopped on his brakes so hard that we all flew forward. I was like, what's going on? Did the animal cross the road? What's going on with you? And he said, that's your son? I was like, yes, that's my son. He was like, oh my God. He was like, that is not your child. I was like, this is my child. My child is, now he's grown, a grown boy. But, he was like, there is no way. There is no way that child came out of you. And I get that from a lot of men. I get that from women as well. Just on Friday, this woman was like, pull out your driver's license. I do not believe how old how old
Man,
are you?
how old do people think you are?
Yeah, that's the thing. People think I'm in my 20s. People think I'm in my 20s. They comment about my energy. They comment about, just, how I carry myself and, how I look as well. But I've had to ask people, because I'm like, what is it? Like, what? What's going on, And they're like, oh, no. Like, there's no way. A lot of people don't even think I had a child. They're like, and it's not about my physique. It's just about, this one man told me, he was like, like, you don't have that mom energy. You've got this vivaciousness about you. And I was like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? He was like, oh no, honey, that's a good thing. I was like, okay, do stuff they're right. But, so again, it just taps into your mentality. You know what I mean? You feel young, you think young, you act young, and you follow suit. And a lot of people bring up exercise, which yes, it's a good thing, but I'm going to encourage people to also stretch your body when you're doing muscle training and stuff like this, lifting heavy weights, you're jogging, whatever you're doing, right? You want to stretch because you want to work on those little muscles, right? Everybody targets the big muscles, but just stretching, and there's no excuses for not being able to stretch and move your body and stuff like this, And so I'll encourage people just to do that when you're working. Just stand up and get your stretch on. Really, that's what yoga is, right? It's the whole different form of stretching, And so I encourage people to do that and get that good fresh air, and move your body. But again, and especially to my Black women, I'm going to say, you can't believe the hype, with people coming in and try to say all these different things, whether it's ageism or whether it's talking about your body type. Because if you really break it down, we're stressed out. And stress is a huge factor as well. How do you eliminate, the weight and from you looking, like struggle, from you looking, super crazy out here, is you got to eliminate that stress. And unfortunately, for a lot of Black people, they carry that weight around. The reason why people, carry that body weight and stuff like that is because they absorb, your body either absorbs or it repels. You see what I'm saying? And so when you are in a domestic violence situation, when you are going through trauma and all this stuff, your body's going to suck in and hold on to that weight, and it's the cortisol, and you're forever in that fight or flight type of mode. But if you think about it, honey, we don't have nannies, we're not stay-at-home mothers, a vast majority of us is not that, you know. And when I would be at the gym, okay, who would I see? I hardly would see my Black sisters in there. I would see a lot of people, you know, because of other races in there. Why? A lot of them have nannies to watch their children. A lot of them can have the flexibility to go out and do that. Now, if you're talking to a woman who's holding down a job, who's got children, and who also is still educating herself and going to school, when does she have time? You see? When does she have time to go and take care of herself? And then she's naturally going to reach for Popeyes or something, you know, like something that's super unhealthy, you know, because now she's just working off of absorbing that stress, you know, and food is a symptom when you're reaching it and you're eating too much is a symptom of that stress, you know. So whenever you see someone who's heavier, you have to stop and think, what are they going through? What is their trauma? Not just the fact that, oh, they just eat a bunch of food. Again, that's a symptom of the fact that they're going through something, right? When you reach for the food. So, you know, I just want to put that out there. I encourage people, you know, to love on you so heavy and so strong. And, you know, just have a vision for yourself, you know, and especially if you don't have a plan, because so many people are like, oh, you know, what are you doing and what you educated on, and, you know, what are you doing in life, and, you know, you have to reach these goals. Some people, they don't know, you know, but I'm going to say, you know, even if you don't know, you trust your intuition, and what's high up there and above that is that you love yourself, children and all. You still got to put yourself first. I'm not a firm believer of keeping yourself second or third. You got to take care of you at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you got to have your sound mind and your sound body, you know, and that will take you far. But that's all I really wanted to call in and say, and I hope I made
Thank
sense
you.
inside that.
And what I will say is women who want to use that language, hit the wall, are retarded. Well, I won't say retarded. They need help using the word that a man who's against women, especially black women, in my opinion, is saying. I mean, why would you, as a woman, even say that? Because they're saying that about you too. It doesn't make sense. I would say maybe you hit the wall. Maybe you did, but you don't represent other black women who are living their damn lives, who are doing their damn thing, who are still getting hit on, going on dates, still traveling, still in shape, still look beautiful. Who are you to tell some other woman, oh, you hit the wall? And I feel good. I feel good about me, and I'm happy. Who do you think you are?
Exactly.
And I don't see women saying this about men who don't have anything and they hit the wall. Yeah, you don't look good. You a mess. Like, please, I won't even give these people attention saying this hit the wall thing. These women up here, they didn't hit the wall at all. They age like fine wine and they're living their best life. So, you know,
that's right.
That's
and
this
it's
new
a farce.
thing.
It's a farce. These guys who are running around, you know, sure, there might be one or two men who are with younger women, but you know what? The truth be told, the spice of life is when you do get with an older woman. You know, again, when you get older, you become way more valuable. You know, you've got that wisdom inside of you, right? And you're able to make, you know, lemons out of lemonade. You know, because you've already been there. You know, so there's something that is beautiful about a woman who's walking in her confidence. And so people are under the facade that, oh yeah, there's just all these older men walking around who, you know, make all this, you know, big time money and who have, you know, young girls on their arms, which is not true. There's a lot of men when they really break down their lives, they're like, you know what, I want somebody to relate to me. You know what I mean? Like, I've actually had men who thought I was younger and who was like, oh my God, now I know how old you are, and I'm actually grateful that you are the age you are because I thought you were some young thing. You know, like they were happy because we could relate on a certain level, you know? And so there's this farce out here that like, oh yeah, all men older, they can pull these young girls. No, only if you got a bunch of money on a bunch of money on a bunch of money, you know, unless you got something to offer these young girls, you know. And these young girls, some of them, they're just damaged, you know what I mean? And they do want that male father figure, you know, or whatever they're going going through, you know, and they're like, oh, let me get with this age gap relationship, you know. So it's not true, you know. It's not true that in this whole big world, there's a bunch of older men out here, and everybody's gonna go through something. The path to, you know, to your optimal life is not just a one lane. You're gonna go through bumps and turns and all kinds of things. People get divorced in their 40s, 50s, 60s. People are divorced, you know. People are now, you know, they grow into who they are. That's why you do see some people who do get divorced around this age, because they're like, I'm not who I was in my 20s and when I married you, you know. That's why, you know, especially when you're talking about, you know, white men or other men other than black, and they're like, you know what, let me go explore this different relationship other than this white woman or whomever, right? And they go outside of their race. They didn't have that readily available to them in their 20s. They may have thought, oh, this is the one path. Now they see, you know, that they've grown into themselves, that, you know what, there's so much out there for me. Let me go revisit that thought. You know what I mean? Like, let me go revisit, you know, this relationship that I was wanting to have, you know? So life is so big and so grand, and it's never over. As long as you have breath in your body, you know, you should be living and exploring and staying creative, or else you do wither away and die, right?
Yes, 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 I agree with you so much. So,
all right. So
I love
I'm
your
gonna go get on my-
voice. Your voice sounds so
Thank
sweet.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. So,
I'll call in again. This is the first time I've ever called in somewhere, but
okay.
I appreciate your content. I love when people call in, because we can all kind of vibe it out and feel, you know, what other people are thinking and stuff like that. So,
yes. So,
good night. I'm about to get on my jog.
okay.
And everybody just love on themselves super hard and heavy, right?
Now look, be careful out there walking at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
All
yes,
right.
Ma'am.
All right.
Yep. All right. Night.
Bye. Night. Bye. Okay. So, make sure you like, share, and subscribe, and hit the bell for all notifications. Before this is over, get those likes up real quick. Let me get this negative little demon that came up in here out. So, yeah, sometimes I want you to get notified when I'm live. So that's why you got to hit the bell for all notifications. Get the likes up real quick, because that affects the algorithm. Okay. And I'm going to leave with the video that I made. The song is called Sound of Love by Cassie. And this is it again.
Every time you hear my music, feelings I ain't never had before. You got my head turning, baby. I'm feeling I ain't gotta look no more, 'cause you what I've been searching for lately. So if you're thinking about changing up, then boy, you're crazy. Take me to another place and make me your lady, because I'm ready. Damn boy, I'm ready to be your one and only girl. You make it hard for me to breathe whenever you're around. Heart vibrates every time I sense that you're around. That's the sound of love.
Temperature is rising, baby girl, I know you like it. When I see your face, baby, I get so excited.
But I don't know what to do.
No,
Don't know what to say. 'Cause you
that.
When you had enough, all we do is kiss and get right back.
Right back. You can take my heart, baby, it's yours now, ain't no need to fight that.
I see you roll with me, cause nobody ever made you feel like that.
I know you need it.
The sound,
Bleeding,
my heart,
waiting,
our hearts,
waiting. Every time we get closer, mind, body, soul, yeah.
If I was the first to say it, baby, would you feel the same? Maybe I don't mean to breathe whenever you're around. Oh, my heart vibrates every time I sense that you're around. That's the sound of love. That's the sound of my heart. It's beating. It's waiting. Just to be loved. I don't know if I'm ready for love.
All right. So that's it. Thank you all again. Thank you all. And make sure you check out my community posts. That's how, so far for now, is how I will alert you of what some of the topics sometimes will be about. That's one way. Not all the time, but sometimes. And just other stuff. Also, check out my page on Facebook for Black women. You are going to love it. It's in the description box. All right. Bye, everybody.